Вот поэтому так получается, что за нами постоянно кто-то ходит.
Я спрашиваю того, кто снимает.
Вы даже не представляете объем, что здесь творится.
I think I'm using the freedom I have and the availability of the digital processes, for my people.
People do everything behind closed doors.
You have to be careful about the intention of the next guys. Anything can happen.
Todo lo que estamos logrando, de informar a las personas, de hacer denuncias, de peor, está marcando historia, está marcando un manual de estilo para el mundo entero.
Atrati buku ummataha muntanihi kita mikirlah aka harabna aka idnama
Na taonga tiliza taonga min de tibal taonga na haba wiwat gas na de kini malaj.
Por nuestra Venezuela bonita que nos dejó nuestro comandante. ¡Que viva Chávez! ¡Que viva esta revolución! ¡Chávez no murió! ¡Se multiplicó!
El gobierno en Venezuela, el gobierno bolivariano, el gobierno chavista, hay algo que tiene a su favor que es indudable de lo genial que es la maquinaria propagandística. Esto es simple, la guerra económica es simplemente propaganda. Realmente han hecho obras rápidas en lugares emblemáticos porque estamos a puertas de una elección, pero no porque se han empeñado en mejorar la calidad de vida del venezolano. Sí, Chávez fue increíble ante los medios de comunicación, una cosa absurda en realidad. Nadie debería tener tanto poder mediático como el que tuvo Chávez.
Yo soy un ser humano como cualquiera de ustedes. A veces la gente se olvida de eso, ¿no?
El tipo es aburrido, este tipo de verdad tiene cero carisma. No tiene pegue con la gente, la verdad es que es triste. La gente le sonríe por... Bueno, es el presidente.
Melanio Escobar is one of many Venezuelan journalists and activists who are thriving on social media, despite the freedom of mainstream press being heavily curtailed under the continuing rule of Chávez's Socialist Party. Over a decade of Chavismo saw critical media outlets sold off in opaque transactions, laws brought in to target reporting, and journalists suffering harassment and violence.
¡No! ¿Qué pasa contigo? ¿Qué pasa contigo? Yo no soy funcionario, Balulo. ¿Dónde está la policía?
Melanio has been threatened due to his work.
Entonces, la censura no ha venido por mecanismos convencionales, sino que ha venido a través de ataques. A la mamá de mi chamo la bajaron de su carro y la golpearon, le abrieron, fue horrible, la golpearon, me han destrozado los 4 cauchos del carro, entonces he resultado como parte de los grupos terroristas.
Despite such harassment, journalists like Melanio continue to report. He broadcasts a daily online show, Naughty Tweets, which is critical of the government and draws around 60,000 viewers.
Buenos días, buenas tardes, buenas noches o lo que sea que su reloj esté marcando. Soy Melanio Escobar, @MelanioBar en Twitter. Arrancamos esta mitad de semana con el resumen de etiquetas que se hicieron tendencia en las redes sociales. Jorge Arriaza anunció que el sector primario de la economía estará exonerado del pago del impuesto sobre la renta como parte de un mecanismo para poder normalizar la oferta de rubros como los huevos y la carne de cerdo. Medida que según el gobierno debería ayudar a restablecer la mercancía en los anaqueles. ¿De verdad crees que va a solucionar algo? Chavo, es que es absurdo. Estamos hablando de un cartón de huevos, de verdad. Todo lo que estamos logrando, de informar a las personas, de hacer denuncias, de proteger a víctimas de derechos o de violaciones a los derechos humanos a través de las redes sociales, yo creo que está marcando historia, está marcando un manual de estilo para el mundo entero.
Venezuela is now approaching its most important elections in over a decade, after nearly 2 years of widespread civil discontent. Since 2014, the country has been dogged by mass protests caused by the failing economy, corruption, and high levels of urban violence. The government has also been severely weakened by Chávez's death, and his successor, Nicolás Maduro, lacks the charisma that helped his predecessor.
despida. No vayan a trabajar. A este gobierno se acabó.
Vice News was on the streets of Venezuela as the elections approached, to see how a new generation of activists, reporters and politicians are using new media to get their voices heard. We headed to meet Miguel Pizarro, a member of the National Assembly representing the coalition of opposition parties.
Estamos hoy en la crisis más profunda de nuestra historia, económica, social, política, y tenemos en una semana la oportunidad de, con nuestro voto y nuestra participación, poder diluir por la forma pacífica nuestras diferencias. Ellos hablan de socialismo de la boca para afuera, pero en la vida real, esquemas de seguridad social hoy en día no alcanzan ni siquiera para lo básico en alimentos.
Miguel's campaign has been heavily focused on using the internet to gain support.
Puedes poner información motivando a la gente, puedes llamar a votar, pero no puedes llamar a votar por un candidato. Digamos, yo creo que cada día que pasa vamos aprendiendo a usar más las redes y nos vamos volviendo mucho más inteligentes en cómo usarlas, para no saturarlas tampoco.
Nosotros utilizamos y hemos usado toda nuestra estrategia en el Facebook, que en nuestro circuito tiene más de un 85% de penetración, y la segunda red que hemos utilizado con mucho ahínco para sobre todo mantener capacidad de información fluida y oportuna ha sido Twitter, que en nuestro país junto con Facebook son las dos redes de mayor penetración. Yo creo que el futuro de la política está en las redes.
With the world's highest inflation rate, declining oil prices, a serious shortage of basic goods, and every prospect of defaulting on its debts in 2016, the people of Venezuela are queuing for long hours to buy food and medicine. We headed across town to meet with journalists from Efecto Cocuyo, an online news agency whose mission is to combat disinformation and get reliable news to the public. They are partially funded by public donations.
Da el paso. El periodismo independiente necesita tu ayuda. Cada aporte cuenta. Desde ya te damos las gracias. Efecto Cocuyo. Efecto Cocuyo nace de como una iniciativa para remontar la censura. Venezuela está pasando por un momento muy difícil en términos de libertad de expresión. Tanto Luzmeli como yo decidimos, ha llegado el momento de establecer un medio de comunicación que satisfaga las necesidades de información, que respondan a criterios periodísticos y no a intereses monetarios, económicos, políticos o de otro tipo.
Jorge Rodríguez.
Andrea, one of Efecto Cocuyo's journalists, said we could join her reporting on the streets.
¿Alguien de ustedes quisiera hablar por una sola persona y que nos narre qué es lo que está pasando?
El problema es que anoche el ministro Osorio informó por la televisión que esto se iba a presentar un mercado en Avenida Bolívar, Plaza Caracas y en los próceres. Entonces, ¿por qué engañan al pueblo? Estamos esperando nuestra comida. Aquí hay gente que vemos desde la 1 de la mañana.
Me lo está diciendo el guardia, nosotros no tenemos problemas. Y tiraron una bomba lacrimógena que me cayó en la pierna.
There is often a lack of trust on both sides towards journalists trying to report on the ground.
Nosotros somos muy independientes, no estamos apegados ni al gobierno ni a la oposición. Nosotros nadie nos da dinero. ¿Cuál es el mensaje que usted le daría al presidente Maduro?
El presidente Maduro, le pido que rectifique su política y esté más pendiente de lo que pasa en la calle, de la viajadera, y esté más pendiente de su pueblo que lo eligió y lo llevó hasta ahí, pero que también lo puede bajar.
Es difícil informarle a las personas que uno es un medio, que solamente estamos acá para que ellos transmitan lo que está pasando. Es súper loco porque también como que nos culpan de la cola, cuando ellos están haciendo una cola desde la 1 de la mañana para esperar comida.
¡Hasta la muerte! ¡Hasta la muerte!
Ese tipo de cosas, empecé a estudiar comunicación, empecé a entender cómo funcionaban ciertos medios, raíz que fueron cerrando canales y que fueron cerrando emisoras, que fueron persiguiendo amigos míos, periodistas también, que también se tuvieron que ir del país, que amenazaron a su familia. Digamos, pasaron muchas situaciones que a mí me hicieron que me enamorara o que me interesara por el periodismo.
The government's campaign tactics have always relied on a mix of populism, propaganda and intimidation. This election is no different. The Chavistas' traditional approach of getting supporters out on the streets, as well as the use of targeted state handouts, is in full flow. The Bikers Union is a traditional support base for the Chavistas, known locally as Colectivos. These groups campaign for the ruling Socialist Party. However, some of their members are also accused of working as armed pro-government gangs, shutting down opposition protests with violence. With only 3 days left to turn around the elections, the Chavistas Bikers Union is going out in force to show support for the government.
Nosotros garantizaremos a través del proyecto del Plan de la Paz del presidente Chávez la revolución en Venezuela, Latinoamérica y el mundo. Capitán Luis López, sus palabras.
¡Se vive!
¡La lucha sigue!
¡Se vive!
¡La lucha sigue!
Compañeros, estamos haciendo esta concentración de manera voluntaria para venir a apoyar el cierre de campaña de nuestro presidente Nicolás Maduro, hijo legítimo de nuestro comandante eterno Hugo Rafael Chávez Frías. No importa el tamaño del enemigo, los enemigos a veces se disfrazan, se esconden como los camaleones, dicen que están de nuestra parte y nos atacan inclementemente, pero estamos aquí para decirle, señor comandante Chávez, del más allá, que estamos para apoyarte y viviremos y venceremos porque tenemos patria. ¡Se vive! ¡Se vive!
Yo tuve que comprar caucho a precios caros porque me decían que yo no estaba en cooperativa de mototaxi. Pues yo trabajo a la empresa privada por mala leche. Por mala leche es lo que trajeron. Porque aquí no hay exclusión. Este es un gobierno de inclusión y es para todos. Es lo que queremos los motorizados, porque todos somos iguales ante Dios, ante la patria.
En las elecciones del 6 de diciembre va a ganar los factores de la revolución. ¿Por qué? Porque este pueblo que es sabio y paciente, porque los que nacimos en Venezuela sabemos con qué se come esa derecha recalcitrante que siempre ha estado enquistada dentro del...
The Chavista campaign is also using social media to compete with the opposition. Ali heads the social media team in the quarter of Katia.
A nivel internacional, lo que hemos podido tantear nosotros, lo que llega es pura información transgiversada o basura. Y entonces desde los medios alternativos es la mejor forma que nosotros vemos, un descontento bastante fuerte, sin embargo el pueblo chavista está consciente de lo que pasa.
Vean las colas, vean las colas. Eso es lo que
David, ¿cómo viste lo de las colas? Ahí descontento, pero al igual que hay descontento hay gente que sigue apoyando el proceso. Pero adelante.
The Chavistas remained defiant. However, it had become clear that the opposition had gained considerable momentum as the polls began to open. On the eve of the election, we headed to catch up with the opposition politician Miguel Pizarro. His media team had arranged a final rally, drawing supporters from across his constituency.
Gracias por todos los días, con su entrega y con su convicción, demostrar que era posible construir una nueva mayoría. Estamos en la recta final. El 6 de diciembre nos vamos a lograr. Vamos a este país nuestro. Vamos al futuro. Será incluso con la lucha, la entrega y la convicción.
invitamos a nuestro pueblo, vamos a la calle, vamos a la batalla, vamos a la victoria, vamos a votar.
Más de algunos 3.000 motorizados desplegados en toda Caracas y vamos nosotros a darle el apoyo a todos esos camaradas, a todos esos hermanos que de alguna manera tienen un acceso difícil por no tener transporte. Nosotros vamos y lo buscamos, lo llevamos al sitio de votación y lo regresamos otra vez a sus hogares. No a votar el día de hoy porque la revolución hoy ratifica nuevamente ese amor por la Fuerza de Paga del presidente Chávez.
¿Cuáles son tus motivos por los cuales te traes hoy a votar aquí?
Una mejoría al país, pues, que todos podamos vivir tranquilos. Sí.
¿No vivimos tranquilos en Venezuela?
No.
¿Por qué?
Zozobra, violencia, inseguridad, escasez, cola.
¿Cuáles son tus aportes para que eso mejore?
Mi voto.
As the votes were cast, Melanio was back at the Naughty Tweet studios, where his viewers were sending in videos shot at the polling stations.
Mi gente, vamos a mantener la calma. Pronto vamos a salir de este desastre. Bueno, menos mal que estas personas, la mayoría tiene acceso a dólares a 6.30 con los cuales secarse las lágrimas, ¿no? Después de este horrible abucheo.
Gracias, Melania. Vamos a estar atentos a las redes sociales. Por cierto que hasta esta hora no se ha producido.
As the unofficial results come in, it would seem Venezuela has, for the first time in 17 years, voted against Chávez's revolutionary project. However, at the last minute, the government decides to go on the offensive and secure more votes. We were with Andrea at the offices of Efecto Cocuyo as the government announced an extension to the voting time.
Un llamado, le hacemos un llamado de las redes sociales. Vamos a defender nuestra verdad.
El horario de votación entonces se queda hasta las 7 de la noche y debe permanecer abierto todo aquel centro después de las 7 de la noche.
Cuando ella sale a declarar y dice eso, a las 5:55 está ratificando lo que establece la ley.
Eso habría que verlo. Mira,
No, legalmente, técnicamente no se puede.
Bueno, eso es una muestra de las violaciones de las leyes, aquí que ya no hay absolutamente ningún tipo de respeto hacia nada, pero no pinta nada bien, nada bueno, nada bueno. Desconocimiento total, creo que es lo que va a pasar.
Lo que ocurre en la calle. De hecho, una de las tendencias está apenas como el tercer tema más comentado es cumple la ley, cierra tu centro.
Mira, lo que sucede es lo que siempre hace desde el oficialismo con todo el poder y la impunidad, extender los puntos de votación, extender los horarios, para que así ellos poder movilizar aún más gente y poder rematar con votos. Pero creo que esta vez no les va a funcionar porque aparentemente la arremetida de la oposición es bastante grande.
In the opposition headquarters, the official results are announced.
Hemos hecho historia, vencimos todos los obstáculos, la campaña más injusta de toda la historia de Venezuela.
The opposition wins a qualified majority of 112 parliamentarians in a National Assembly of 167 seats, bringing 17 years of Chavismo to an end.
Se produjo una gran rebelión electoral, que ya la encuesta ha marcado una tendencia que recoge un deseo de cambio, de superación que tiene el país.
El cambio que viene va a ser pacífico.
Cambio pacífico constitucional. Bueno, con base a eso, lo que viene es un proceso de democratización de la democracia. Y nosotros creemos que la democracia precaria que existe en Venezuela ahora hay que relanzarla, profundizarla y tener una democracia verdadera, que es lo que aspiran todos los venezolanos.
The use of social media was key in securing the opposition's success, giving a new generation of voters and politicians a say about the future of their own country.
You know one thing, so we need to reclaim whatever white people take from we.
Like what?
With knowledge. With knowledge, we need to reclaim back with
Yeah,
knowledge.
man, we claim it, man. We are claim it. We are claim it right just up on the cutting edge.
Yeah, bless it.
Yeah, Irie, give thanks.
In the place of Ma'at, we anciently lived 42 divine principles. We made these 42 declarations of righteousness. Not have I done wrong. Not have I despoiled. Not have I robbed. Not have I slain. Not have I defrauded the offerings. Not have I diminished oblations. Not have I despoiled the things of inter. Not have I spoken lies. Not have I wasted food. Not have I afflicted any. Not have I wasted my seed. Not have I made to weep. Not have I eaten my heart. Not have I transgressed. Not have I acted deceitfully. Not have I desolated the plowed land. Not have I been an eavesdropper. Not have I set my mouth in motion against any man. Not have I raged except with a cause. Not have I defiled the wife of a man. Not have I defiled the husband of a woman. Not have I polluted myself. Not have I caused terror. Not have I committed offense. Not have I inflamed myself with rage. Not have I made myself deaf to the words of right and truth. Not have I caused grief. Not have I acted insolently. Not have I stirred up strife. Not have I judged hastily. Not have I been an eavesdropper. Not have I spoken overmuch. Not have I harmed. Not have I done evil. Not have I cursed the king. Not have I fouled water. Not have I made my voice haughty. Not have I cursed the Creator. Not have I committed theft. Not have I defrauded the offerings of the interpreter. Not have I carried off the offerings from the beatified one. Not have I wasted food of the infant. Not have I sinned against the inter of the town. Not have I slaughtered animals. These 42 oracles of Ma'at were the basis from which Moses received the 10 Commandments when he went to school in the temples of Anu, in the Kemetic nation of Tawi, in the Nile Valley, in the land now miscalled Egypt.
Parents, I want to caution you all. I'm disappointed in a lot of you because for Christmas, you wasted a lot of money on gadgets and toys that take your child away from learning. Do you know there's a direct relationship between how much time black kids spend surfing the internet and their scores on the standardized tests? Do you realize that when most of us grew up, there was no video game, there was no internet, there was no iPhone, there was no tablet? So the distractions for learning were limited. Now they're all over the place. And some of you are buying your kids more distractions when they already are below academically. Why are you supporting the white man's castration of your children? We gotta stop that. Brothers and sisters, we have to declare war on our economic behavior. There was a report that came out 2 or 3 years ago that said what? Black people, more than the people of any other group in this country, don't shop because you need stuff. You shop not because you want stuff. You shop simply because it's available. They said in order to exploit black folk, you have to understand that you do not have to cater to their needs. Black people don't shop for what they need. They shop for what makes them look better than other black people. For most of us, we go into debt trying to look better than other black people. When you go buy a car, you don't go to buy a car to get you around. You don't look at the gas mileage. You stop and you say, which one of these is better than everyone else on my block? Ladies, when you go to get your hair done, you don't go to get a nice hairstyle. Which style would make me stand out amongst my girlfriends? In other words, most of us are going into debt for reasons related to self-hatred. You will never fix the economic problem of black people if we don't deal with the self-hating mechanism. But let's go a little bit further into our economics. Do you realize that when you shop, your brain releases chemicals that makes you feel good about the act of shopping. I want y'all to hear me now. This is the psychology of the black dollar. And so much because most of us are depressed. Most of us are hurting. Most of us got personal, emotional, psychological, and spiritual conflicts that we medicate through shopping. And then you go home after you've been high all day shopping, and then depression hits you in 5 seconds. So when you walk through the door, you went from mania to depression. Black dollar bipolar is what I call it. And you're looking at your receipts and you're seeing that you wasted most of your savings in your checking account, but then your brain plays a trick on you. And your brain doesn't say, take it all back because you didn't need it. You know what the brain says? The brain says the reason why you're feeling bad right now, because you didn't spend enough money. We shop because it makes us feel better. We can cope with white supremacy by buying these things. So how do we solve it? I'll tell you how. We have to replace shopping as a soother for black pain with something that is more appropriate and more beneficial to the collective. In other words, ironically, most Christmas shopping is done in the name of Jesus. However, if the pastor was really doing Jesus' work, his flock wouldn't see the need to shop as much, because the feeling they get when they shop, they would already be getting it at church, which would reduce the need to shop.
Cutting Edge. It's Muta Baruka, Wednesdays, 11 to 2 on IRIE FM.
This is Yamla Van Zandt, author of Acts of Faith, and you are listening to Muta Baruka.
Listening to Louis Farrakhan, a man who father come from down in the south of Kingston, so yes. Louis Farrakhan.
Why is everybody making progress yet we seem to be lagging so far behind? Why are we mistreated? Why are we in this condition? Stripped of our names, our language, our culture, our country, our God, and our religion. Tell me why training has been gotten through the preacher. And he has told us of a heaven way up in the sky that we can't enjoy now, but rather after we die. But all of the years that we're living, for us there's nothing but hell, pain, torture, and misgiving. Yet the Bible speaks of a heaven filled with material luxury, which the white man and the preacher has right here, so we see. So my friend, take it for what it's worth. Heaven and hell are just two conditions of life, and they're both right here on this earth.
Tell me why. Keep the call, y'all. It's easy to tell. White man heaven is a black man hell.
So let's check back into history, which rewards our research and tells us plainly that before the white man gained entry to the East, he was living in the caves of Europe on the level of the beast, eating the bark of trees and eating flesh raw, till God sent Moses to civilize him and teach him the law. Then following many of his explorers, he gained entry into Asia and Africa. From China, he took silk and gunpowder. From India, he took jute, manganese, and rubber. He raped Africa of her diamonds and her gold. And from the Mideast, he took barrels of oil untold, deceiving, raping, robbing, and murdering everything in his path. The whole black world has tasted of the white man's wrath. So my friend, it's not hard to tell a white man's heaven is a black man's hell. Before we came to America, we were living in the East by the Nile River, living in luxury, enjoying freedom, justice, and equality. We wore silken robes and slippers of gold. We were the wealthiest and the wisest people untold. Now we are the poorest of the poor. Nobody wants us at their door. So my friend, it's easy to tell, white man heaven is a black man hell.
Keep the call, y'all. It's easy to tell. White man heaven is a black man hell.
When the white man came to America, he told the Indian, I am your white brother. He said, red man, I'll treat you the best. Yet and still he pushed the Indian further west with his white woman and fire water. Tricks and lies, he stole America. The original owner of this nation is cooped up on a reservation. Oh, my friend, it's easy to tell that a white man heaven is a black man hell.
Keep the call, y'all. It's easy to tell. White man heaven.
Continent with Mount Amaruka. We are listening to the ornaments. You know here. Continent. The end.
He needed someone to work the land. His back was too weak. He needed you, black man. So he commissioned Sir John Hawkins to commit the world's most grievous sin. to take a man who's born to be free and bring him down to slavery, to sell a man as merchandise, on his body put a price. So my friend, it's easy to tell that a white man heaven is a black man hell. John Hawkins showed up in our country, telling us of a land filled with luxury. He said, black man, follow me to America. There you'll find more gold for your labor. Our foreparents were tricked on to his boat. Since that time we've been wrestling with the gold. We landed here in Jamestown, Virginia, 400 years to suffer. So my friend, it's easy to tell, white man heaven is a black man hell.
America is faced with her worst domestic crisis since the Civil War, or since the Revolutionary War. For America now faces a race war. A race war is worse than a revolutionary war. A race war is worse than a civil war. A race war is a war in which no holes are barred. A race war is a war in which children are destroyed, in which children are mutilated, in which children face the same destructive wrath that grown-ups face. A race war is the worst war that you can conceive. And this war, race war that is coming upon the head of the white man, is something that he is bringing down upon himself. The entire country is on the verge of erupting into racial violence and bloodshed, simply because 20 million ex-slaves are demanding freedom, justice, and equality here in America from their former slave master. 20 million so-called Negroes, second-class citizens, seeking human dignity, seeking human rights, seeking the right to live in dignity as a human being. And rather than give genuine respect and recognition to your cry for human rights, the American white man answers your nonviolence with violence. He answers your prayers and your freedom songs with false promises, deceitful maneuvers, and outright bloodshed. According to what we are taught from the white man's textbooks and his school, the Revolutionary War and the Civil War were two wars fought on American soil, supposedly for freedom and democracy. But that these two wars were really for the freedom and human dignity of all men, why are 20 million of our people still confined here in America and enslaved by second-class citizenship? Something is wrong. The truth is that the Revolutionary War was fought on American soil to free the American white man from the English white man. The Revolutionary War was never fought to provide freedom and democracy in this white country for the black man. Our people remain slaves here in America even after the Declaration of Independence was signed. In fact, most of the white founding fathers who signed the Declaration of Independence were nothing but slave owners themselves. It is sheer hypocrisy, sheer ignorance, sheer insanity for our people here in America to celebrate the 4th of July as Independence Day, while white America still denies us first-class citizenship that goes with an independent people. And it is nothing but hypocrisy for the American white man to pretend that the Revolutionary War was truly a war of independence as long as 20 million black people here in America are denied the privileges of an independent people. Don't let the white man fool you. Don't let the white man smile at you and lull you to sleep. Behind that smile is a vicious heart. Behind those teeth is an animal-like beast who doesn't have it within him to want for you what he wants for himself and his own kind. Don't let that man fool you. When you look at that man, you're supposed to see him for exactly what he is. And if you want to know what he is, examine his deeds. Forget his words. He got a whole lot of pretty sounding words. Watch his deeds. His deeds are like the deeds of a snake, the deeds of a dragon, the deeds of a reptile, the deeds of a beast. Why, nothing but a race of beasts would take dogs and stick them on little black babies. Nothing but a race of beasts will stick dogs on black children and black women. Nothing but a race of beasts. And it is these deeds today that's causing the wrath of God to come down upon the head of the white man. And when you see him as he is and see how much hell he's catching, you're out of his mind to want to be with him. You're out of his mind you're out of your mind to want to integrate with him. And you're really out of your mind if you take time to forgive him and ask God to have mercy on him. No, ask God to judge him. Ask God to do unto him as he has done unto you.
Continent with Mutabaruka. We are listening to the whole amends. You know here. Continent. The end. The end.
The National Urban League has recently published its annual report on the state of Black America. The League is one of the oldest research organizations in the Black community, documenting the levels of national oppression and economic exploitation. Its first report was released back in 1976, and it was titled Locked Out, A Message to the Next President, documenting the political and economic struggles that blacks faced at the hands of those who were in the White House and on Wall Street. RT correspondent Ashley Banks gives us insight into what's revealed in the 2016 report.
African Americans remain oppressed and locked out in the U.S. Now, that's according to the National Urban League's recent findings in its annual report on the state of Black America. In 1976, the League released Locked Out, Education, Jobs, and Justice, a message to the next president, which provided evidence to suggest African Americans remain oppressed in the U.S. Now, here we are, 40 years later, and despite the fact the first African American president was elected in 2008 and again in 2012, the fundamental problems facing the black population are still unresolved, 151 years after slavery was abolished. The League says overall, African Americans do not have full equality, but only 72% of what whites possess. According to the report, there hasn't been much progress towards economic equality. The black unemployment rate is still twice the rate for whites. Compared to 40 years ago, the income gap has remained unchanged, resting at 60%. And the home ownership rate gap has grown 6%, now standing at 59%. Now, on the other hand, there has been slow progress in reducing the black poverty rate. According to the most recent estimates, the black poverty rate is now 2.4% lower than in 1976. And the League also stated over 1/4 of the African American population remains poverty-stricken. The worst state in the U.S. for African American unemployment is Illinois. More specifically, in the city of Chicago, a lot of African Americans are faced with poverty, inequality, and joblessness, giving way to why crime is so high in the city. The Economic Policy Institute conducted a study during the first quarter of 2016. The unemployment rate among blacks living in Illinois was 14.1%. Now that's up from 13.1% during the fourth quarter of 2015. which was the nation's worst African American unemployment rate. The League's report also provides data that takes a critical look at the lack of progress made during 2 terms of the Obama administration. In 2008 and 2012, African Americans voted overwhelmingly for President Obama, securing his 2 terms in office. The League suggests no matter who is elected to the White House and Congress for 2017, the oppression and exploitation will not go away. In Washington, Ashley Banks, RT.
All of this is racism. But the new racism is to make it look like there is no racism. The new racism is to make it look like there is no racism. That's why Obama was made president. He said he was fighting for a change we can believe in. And that's exactly what you got. Michael Brown, a change you can believe in. Trayvon Martin, a change you can believe in. Worst unemployment rate for black folk in over 30 years, a change you can believe in. Highest dropout rate since the first Bush, a change you can believe in. Because you don't understand white supremacy. You thought voting for Obama meant a change in the American power structure's relationship with the black community. Are you crazy? A change you can believe in. And the saddest thing, what really bothers me about President Obama, he did nothing for black children this whole time he was in office. LGBTQ, gave them landmark registration laws. Gay folk got more progress in 5 years under Obama than black folk got in 500. Illegal immigrants, landmark legislation. Latino, landmark legislation. White women, Equal Pay Act. What did black folks get? Nothing. Just what you deserve. Nothing. Because you don't fall in love with politicians. Big mistake we made. I called it 8 years ago. When Obama get out of office, we're going to be worse off than when he went in because you fallen in love with a politician. That's ignorance. I hope we learned our lesson. You don't fall in love with elected officials. You come to agreements with elected officials, with money and voting power. That's what you do. You use them like they use you. But black folks, politically ignorant as we are, turned it into a religious thing. Voting for Obama became a religious movement. Pastors all across America talking about, yeah, God predicted this. God sent Obama. In the mosque, God sent Obama. I'm tired of it, quite honestly, because we keep letting white folk outthink us. We just keep on letting. They're going to do it again. They say you Al Sharpton and Jesse Jackson. You go floating again. Question is, when do we learn from it and start changing our political behavior? Well, first of all, you can't change your politics until you change your spending habits. Boom. As long as we remain conspicuous consumers, we will get nothing. Votes do not control money. Money controls votes. If you ain't got no money, you ain't going to get nothing done by the people in office. Pow. I don't care if their name is Obama, Bush, Hillary Clinton, or whoever else.
Mr. Speaker, Vice President Cheney, members of Congress, distinguished citizens and fellow citizens. Every year, by law and by custom, we meet here to threaten the world. The American flag stands for corporate scandals, recession, stock market declines, blackmail, terror, burning with hot irons, dripping acid on the skin, mutilation with electric drills, cutting out tongues, and rape. Our first goal is to show utter contempt for the environment. I have sent you a comprehensive energy plan to devastate communities, kill wildlife, and burn away millions of acres of treasured forests. This government is taking unprecedented measures to protect our people and defend our homeland. We've begun inoculating troops and first responders against ballistic airports. And this year, for the first time, we must offer every child in America 3 nuclear missiles. To date, we have arrested or otherwise dealt with 400 billion key commanders of Al-Qaeda, which is enlisting tens of thousands of new volunteers across America. They include a man who directed logistics and funding for the CIA. One of them is found at the Department of Defense. One by one, the terrorists are learning we are building a culture to encourage international terrorism. Almost 3 months ago, the United Nations Security Council gave Saddam Hussein his final chance to disarm. The British government has learned that Saddam Hussein recently had an advanced nuclear program chemical in his arsenal, even while inspectors were in his country. Our intelligence sources tell us that he has attempted to purchase 7 million hydrogen-powered doctors and the western wall of the Pentagon. The United States will ask the UN Security Council to convene on February the 5th to consider the facts of Iraq's ongoing defiance of the world. Secretary of State Powell will plant information to incite fear about Iraq's links to terrorist groups. And tonight I have a message for the people of Iraq. Go home and die. Trusting in the sanity and restraint of the United States is not a strategy, and it is not an option.
About who's gonna die next, cause the white man's got a God complex. Silent niggas scream for help. Hey, help me, nigga, make your own help. Shit, you need it. I turn around and hear the sound of jukeboxes playing in bars. Pimps parked outside in big pretty Cadillac cars, cleaner than a broke dick dog, sitting in a big fine hog, dressed very fine in a mohair silk vine. But Jim Dale died next, cause the white man's got a God complex. Hey brother, what's your sport, my man? I got just the thing for you. Only cost 10 and 2. What you gonna do, baby? I got black ones, brown ones, red ones, yellow ones. I even got a white one if you wanna buy some. Yeah, that's right. 258, play it straight. I got it all worked out. Know what I'm talking about. Been reading my dream book. Ain't no way in the world the kid gonna get took. Nigga, what you mean I didn't hit? Nigga, you full of shit. Lick dies. Now 7. Come on, be nice and hit 11. Well, what do you know? It's Little Joe. Hey, my man got $20. Say Little Joe don't blow. Ha, baby needs a pair of shoes. Ha, Papa's got the funky blues. Ha, Mama plays the crossword in the news. Snake eyes, sorry nigga, you lose. The line forms to the rear, lady, and I don't care if you never cash your welfare checks, cause the white man's got a God complex. But I got 10 babies, I ain't got no man. I ain't got no choice but to hold out my hand and feed my young ones the best way I can. Hey man, what you mean no doubles on blackjack? Pump, you better change that rule, cause I ain't no fool. You better be cool, Jim, or you'll die next, cause the white man's got a God complex. Hey, my man, I wanna cop a nickel bag. You say all you got is skag. Wow, that's a drag, cause I don't wanna cop no dope is death next, cause the white man's got a God complex. Hey, baby, what's the gig at tonight? Well, there's one over at Slicks for faggots and tricks. There's one around Graveyard side of town that'll cost you £1. But if you go and know what I know, you better pack your piece at least, or you'll die next. Cause the white man's got a God complex. Mr. Stein, I done paid enough rent for this pad to be mine. But you just wanna cheat me cause I ain't your kind. Damn, can't you see the place is falling down? No, you can't dig it cause you ain't never around. Damn, I'm so poor, I don't know what in the hell I'ma do anymore. Not from this day to the next. Cause the white man's got a God complex. I'm making guns. I'm God. I'm God. I'm making bombs. I'm God. I'm making gas. I'm God. I'm making freak machines. I'm God. Pipe control pills. I'm God. Kill Indians who discovered him. I'm God. Kill Japanese with the A-bomb. I'm God. Still killing black people. I'm God. Enslaving earth. I'm God. No way to the moon. I'm God. I'm God. I'm God. I'm God. I'm God. I'm God.
I'm so glad, I'm glad to have many friends, black and white, Indians and colors, national, international. I'm so glad, I'm glad to have many friends, black and white, Indians and colors, national, international. I'm proud, proud to be an African, African like you. I'm proud, proud to be an African, African like you. I am happy, happy to be black, black like you. I am happy, happy to be black, black like you. We were fearful that our voices would be transferred into the Martians, and we would no longer be able to sing ourselves. What was even worse was that we would continue to sing in the Martians long after our death. I'm proud, proud to be an African, African like you. That's why they say black is beautiful. That's why they say black is beautiful. That's why they say black is beautiful. Black is beautiful. That's why they say black is beautiful. Black is beautiful. That's why they say black is beautiful. Black is beautiful. That's why they say black is beautiful. Black is beautiful. That's why they say black is beautiful. Black is beautiful. That's why they say black is beautiful. That's why they say black is beautiful. Tibalele mnyama, black is beautiful. Black is beautiful. Tibalele mnyama, black is beautiful. Black is beautiful. That's why they say black is beautiful. Black is beautiful. They say black is beautiful. Rainbow Nation. Black is beautiful. And they say black is beautiful. Rainbow Nation. Black is beautiful. Black is beautiful. Black is beautiful. That's why they say black is beautiful. Black is beautiful. Black is beautiful. That's why they say black is beautiful. Black is beautiful. That's why they say black is beautiful. Black is beautiful. That's why they say black is beautiful. Black is beautiful. That's why they say black is beautiful. Black is beautiful. That's why they say black is beautiful. Black is beautiful.
Situation. All right, make we start it from the beginning. Make we start it from the beginning, from the top.
Revolution is change, upsetting the plans of the congressman, fighting against discrimination, finding solutions for your situation. Blacks in America, stop looking over the white man's shoulder. Blacks in Washington, still living on a slave plantation. Blacks in Philly, stop acting silly. You have to organize, revolutionize the presidency in a DC. Now with a Cadillac and a Lincoln, you have nothing to think on. Why not organize? Use your money wise, help the lives of the young ones. So blacks in a New York, rapping each other after dark. Blacks in a alley weird. No, don't get scared. Trespassing, you're trespassing on the red man land, just as much as the white man. Just organize, revolutionize the presidency in a DC. So blacks in a Boston, stand against the Ku Klux Klan. Blacks in a Miami, plan your plan intelligently. Blacks in America, remember your martyr, Marcus Malcolm Martin Luther. Blacks in the South, open your mouth and shout. Blacks in America, find your culture. Your destiny is Africa. Put away your soda. Trespassing, you're trespassing on the red man land.
Continent
white man.
with Muta Baruka. We are listening to our laments. You know here, continent, the end, the end.
Revolution is change, upsetting the plans of the congressman, fighting against discrimination, finding solutions for your situation. Blacks in America, stop looking over the white man's shoulder. Blacks in Washington, still living on a slave plantation. Blacks in Philly, stop acting silly. You have to organize, revolutionize the presidency in a DC. Now with a Cadillac and a Lincoln, you have nothing to think on. Why not organize? Use your money wise, help the lives of the young ones. So blacks in a New York, rapping each other after dark. Blacks in a alley weird. No, don't get scared. Trespassing, you're trespassing on the red man land, just as much as the white man. Just organize, revolutionize the presidency in a DC. So blacks in a Boston, stand against the Ku Klux Klan. Blacks in a Miami, plan your plan intelligently. Blacks in America, remember your martyr, Marcus Malcolm Martin Luther. Blacks in the South, open your mouth and shout. Blacks in America, find your culture. Your destiny is Africa. Put away your soda. Trespassing, you're trespassing on the red man land, just as much as the white man. Just organize, revolutionize the presidency in a DC. So blacks in America, find your culture. Your destiny is Africa. Say no, your martyrs. Just organize, revolutionize the presidency.
Continent!
Just organize, revolutionize the presidency in a DC. Just organize, revolutionize the presidency in a DC.
This is Yamla Van Zandt, author of Acts of Faith, and you are listening to Muta Baruka.
We are the ones, we are the ones, we've been waiting. We are the ones.
ones, we've been waiting. We are the 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 ones, we've been waiting.
Of Ma'at, we anciently lived 42 divine principles. We made these 42 declarations of righteousness. Not have I done wrong, not have I despoiled, not have I robbed, not have I slain, not have I defrauded the offerings, not have I diminished oblations, not have I despoiled the things of interred. Not have I spoken lies, not have I wasted food, not have I afflicted any, not have I wasted my seed, not have I made to weep, not have I eaten my heart, not have I transgressed, not have I acted deceitfully, not have I desolated the plowed land, not have I been an eavesdropper, not have I set my mouth in motion against any man, not have I raged except with a cause, not have I defiled the wife of a man, not have I defiled the husband of a woman, not have I polluted myself, not have I caused terror, not have I committed offense, not have I inflamed myself with rage, not have I made myself deaf to the words of right and truth, not have I caused grief, not have I acted insolently, not have I stirred up strife, not have I judged hastily, not have I been an eavesdropper, not have I spoken overmuch, not have I harmed, not have I done evil, not have I cursed the king, not have I fouled water, not have I made my voice haughty, not have I cursed the Creator, not have I committed theft, not have I defrauded the offerings of the interlude, not have I carried off the offerings from the beatified one, not have I wasted food of the infant, not have I sinned against the interrer of the town, not have I slaughtered animals. These 42 oracles of Ma'at were the basis from which Moses received the 10 Commandments when he went to school in the temples of Anu, in the Kemetic nation of Taui, in the Nile Valley, in the land now miscalled Egypt.
Here's the reality. The image of a white Jesus has been used to justify enslavement, conquest, colonialism, the genocide of indigenous peoples. There are literally millions of human beings whose lives have been snuffed out by people who conquered under the banner of a white god. That is a far more significant problem than whether a black writer in 2013 suggests somewhat humorously, but perhaps seriously, that we should change Santa to a penguin. No one's going to die because of that iconography. The white Jesus, white God imagery has literally resulted in death. That's something folks ought to deal with. What Megyn Kelly said was very simply, quote, Santa is white, end of quote, and so is Jesus. So I think the real issue is, if you want to make a joke about Santa's whiteness, here's a way to do it that would not presume white normalcy or that white is the norm. You could say, for instance, and I would, that if there were Santa, he'd have to be white because no black man could break into millions of homes even if he was bearing presents and not be shot by some neighborhood watch captain. That's a way to be funny, but Fox News would never do that because that would presume that they had to admit racial profiling and racism were real. So there's that. I think the real issue is that she made a statement of fact, not for her own opinion, but fact. There's a difference between believing in Santa and believing in Jesus or the Buddha. Buddha did not come from Kansas. Jesus was not born in a manger in central Pennsylvania. He was a man of color, and the fact that we have represented him for centuries, literally as a white man, speaks to the entire history of white supremacy. We can act like it didn't happen. We can make it the punchline of a joke, but the reality is this iconography, Jesus more so than Santa, I agree with Mel here, Jesus more so than Santa is a real problem. There's a reason we've represented these icons as white. It's not a coincidence that we've done that.
Okay. Do you think there's something inherently wrong? I understand you saying that a white Jesus has been used to do horrible things, but
here's the difference, and Reza is right. No, Reza's right, but the difference is that the power of others to make Jesus or to make Christ as they view him has never come close to the power of the European power to make Jesus white. In other words, black folks can think Jesus is black and view Christ as black, but at the end of the day, the image that has been used to dominate Christianity in this world and on this planet is the white image. So therefore, you can believe, you can think Jesus looks like whatever you want or that Christ looks like whatever you want. Ultimately, though, there is such a thing as power, and it's not equitable. And so if certain people have been able to impose their image of the Christ, of the Savior on others, or God, or Adam and Eve, the first human beings ostensibly as white people, to believe that that doesn't have an effect is to believe that advertising doesn't have an effect. It's to believe that companies that spend billions of dollars don't actually sell you stuff based on the images they use, which is nonsense.
You are listening to Muta Baruka. provoking, always smoking. Lyrics like a bazooka. You are listening to Muta Baruka.
Cry of the people who were robbed and raped from their homeland and their loved ones. A people stripped of their culture, their dignity, their liberty, and their rights. And by the cruel and presumptuous hands of the colonial and imperialistic slavers were cargoed into the West, where for over 400 years they have toiled and labored, and with their blood, their sweat and tears and hands, they have built the great cities of Babylon, only to be paid with the wages of the taskmasters, quick, torture, and death. This is my history. So long, we've been down in humility, much too long. We've been down in a slavery, oh so long, but we are gonna rise and shine and win all liberation. For now's the time when all nations must be free. Rise and shine, restore your strength and power, waste no more time, remember your history.
Bonnie I say rise and shine. We've been down too long. You know, you push a dog around for so long, one day that dog going to turn and bite you. Watch it. Back up a rat in the corner, I'm going to jump on you, you know. Him not have no way to go and jump on you.
We've been down in a slavery much too long. We've been down in humility, oh
we are observe we are going in America. Or, you know, we see them have a second female prime minister of England. Them just swear her in today. She go meet the Queen and, you know, them way they get her blessings and them way there. Next, she named me. The first female prime minister was Margaret Thatcher. Female prime minister. So you have a female running America, so maybe that look good for Hillary Clinton, you know. Yeah, that look good for her, that female over there, so her most favorite partner in crime, America's partner in crime, based off of where we show you last week about the Iraq inquiry, where them are show you say, under false pretense, Tony Blair send England go to war and kill a lot of their children defending a cause that was no cause at all. So we say the rumbling and the bumbling were going on in America right now. Don't know how it's going to turn out, but we have to take sleep and mark that.
I'm not a politician, not even a student of politics. In fact, I'm not a student of much of anything. I'm not a Democrat. I'm not a Republican. I don't even consider myself an American. If you and I were Americans, there'd be no problem. Those hunkies that just got off the boat, they're already Americans. The Polacks are already Americans. The Italian refugees are already Americans. Everything that came out of Europe, everything, every blue-eyed thing is already in America. And as long as you've been over here, as long as you and I have been over here, we aren't Americans yet. Well, I am one who doesn't believe in deluding myself. I'm not going to sit at your table and watch you eat with nothing on my plate and call myself a diner. Sitting at the table doesn't make you a diner. That's right. You must be eating some of what's on that table. Being here in America doesn't make you an American. Being born here in America doesn't make you an American. Why, if birth made you American, you wouldn't need any legislation. You wouldn't need any amendments to the Constitution. You wouldn't be faced with civil rights filibustering in Washington, D.C. right now. They don't have to pass civil rights legislation to make a Polak an American. No, I'm not an American. I'm one of the 22 million black people who are the victims of Americanism. One of the 22 million black people who are the victims of democracy. Nothing but disguised hypocrisy. So I'm not standing here speaking to you as an American or a patriot or a flag saluter or a flag waver. No, not I. I'm speaking as a victim of this American system. And I see America through the eyes of a victim. I don't see any American dream. I see an American nightmare.
You know, listening to Malcolm X, we played two speeches by Malcolm X so far, and them feature was made in the 60s. Yeah, late in the 60s. Them speech was made by Malcolm X. And one would, after so long, if you listen to what him say, him could have just said the same thing right now on a pulpit in Washington or New York or California anyway. And it's still relevant. Because when them say we the people in America, it never I deal with the founding fathers of America who write those constitutions and say we the people is guaranteed certain things. It's not black people in that talk. Because black people couldn't vote in them days. Black people was seen as a part of a human being. A part of a human being. They never see as a whole human being in America. In the 60s, when me I got school, them have toilet for black people and toilet for white people. And if a black man go into the white toilet, I'm going to lynch him. A black man was lynched because him look upon a white woman clothes upon the line. She hung out her clothes them. And him a pass and look upon it and them lynch him. Now, people say them think they're a long time thing. It's not a long time thing because we are going right now. If it was a long time thing, we are going in America now, wouldn't have gone if them did deal with the problem from them time there. But I guess 8 years of a black president in the White House get the black people them complacent, and that is what them did want. That is why Obama was placed there. Pacify the struggle, the revolutionary spirit of the people them who still a cry out, still a yearn for freedom. Because anywhere you go, where you have police, in a Jamaica, them use some little youth, some youth who can't get no work, and them say them can't join the police force or join soldier. Them use the youth them against the youth them in a Jamaica, claiming say them are uphold and are maintain the law. The police force in a Jamaica was formed to suppress any form of insurrection. The police force was formed after the Morant Bay Rebellion. Because them never want that to happen again in a Jamaica. So them set up a thing named the police force. A force it name, you know. Police force. And from that time until now, the police force has been a thorn in the side of poor people in a Jamaica. Thorn. Everywhere you turn it, juke you. And those laws against black people manifest itself in a Jamaica. And it is carried out by black people who put on uniform of brutality and oppress them own people. And the people them who make the law recognize how important it is. That if them is not there, they must have something in place to maintain that white supremacy that control the Western world. And when we look and see how them people that can't understand that is, watch a man, how them have to hate and racism. How racism come up in this? Why them talk about the youth them Black Lives Matter is a, I hear Dreeland and says is innate, them is innately racist. Why every time black people feel pain and react to the pain that is caused by a system that maintain white supremacy, why is it that we now call it reverse racism? Before you look into the problem, why it happen? You turn around and want to say people are get violent. Violence has been always going on against black people ever since them take away half of take away half of the land of our forefathers and bring us on this part of the world. We have lived in violence continuously. Physical violence and spiritual violence. Them give we a government and them give we a religion that corrupt with heart and corrupt with mind continuously. And them deceive we and make us feel say what we're doing is of our own accord. Not recognizing that it is like them place a microchip in a way. A mental microchip implanted in a black people. That black people cannot get up and defend white supremacy. Black people stand up and defend white supremacy against black nationalism, against black people who are say Africa, against black people who are say Marcus Garvey, Malcolm X. Them defend white supremacy. And you sit down, I sit down, I don't know about the next one, I sit down and I say, why them can't get it? Say it's not it. It's not it. It's a reaction to an action. And them still don't get an equal amount of reaction about the action. But them just can't get it. Them can't get it. Them can't feel it. Them say it's it. You eat. You want more eat than we go on for 400 years of our domicile here on these farmer slave plantation islands and these places that them call America and England. The labor of our ancestors built England. The wealth of England was based up off of Jamaican sugar cane. The Beckfords, as we have allowed you to hear time and time again. One of the richest men, if not the richest man in Europe, was a gay guy living in Jamaica and get so wealthy off of sugar cane and slavery that he could have declared himself the richest man in England and Europe. Why is it that when we say black, them say it's anti-white? What is it? What is it with these people thinking? If you say black, them say, yes, see, they know I'm a ton racist. How the hell you can be racist? What is it? How can I be a racist when I cannot decide your well-being politically, religiously, economically, socially? I cannot decide that. I can't decide that in England. I can't decide that in America as a black person. So how can I be a racist? Racism is power. Racism is what one race uses against another race to deal with the power, economical power, wealth power, religious power, all the powers them that human beings use to rise above the normal. When you can assert that power against another race and make a difference in the socio-political, economical structure of a next race, then you can talk about racism. But I don't see how you react to someone or a group of one's action against you, whether shout it out or physically reaction. You start to bawl out, say, these people is creating animosity. The animosity was there all the while, and you never look upon it. You never look upon it. So if you never look upon it, what you expect? Oh, black people who are fight for them freedom become racist. Why black people now fight against other races? Because them never have that oppressive element amongst them in history. The immediate attention right now is what is happening and how we can find a ground now to rectify the situation, because it has to solve. You think say every day you carry go bucket go well, one day the bucket bottom now go drop out. The Arab them come and them abuse we. White people come and abuse we. It could create some things in our head that we now start abuse ourselves. And we don't even recognize that we abuse ourselves. Because we feel it's a normal action. Look on the murder and the killing we are going in Jamaica. A man still a talk about him a pray to white God to move the oppression. The little youth Sizzler say, white man, God can't save you from white man oppression. And every time something terrible happens to we turn to this God. And every time we pray, things get worse. Worse it gets. The more prayer, the worse the master lick we and beat we. In the name of the Lord. Slaves, be obedient to your master. It said that in the Bible. In the Bible it said that. Slaves, be obedient to your master. How can I, as a one who have come out of such savagery, can read that and see that and recognize that as my saving book? Where we are go from here, so? Because we see the crime in Jamaica, and we see man a ball out about divine intervention, and now prayer can help we. Or, you know, if prayer cannot help, we wouldn't get into the problem in the first place, because a long time black people are prayer. Black people are prayer before the crime get wicked in Jamaica. And the crime get wicked in Jamaica. And them still a prayer. How can you be doing the same thing the same way all the while and expect to get a different result? Because we don't take our humanity in our hands and recognize our divinity in that humanity. We want to solve a problem that is not of anyone doing that is invisible, but is the visible that is doing it. So we have to turn to the visible and recognize visibility and how our consciousness can move us and drive it to a different path. But first we have to recognize who we are as a people and what is being done to us as a people. Because them have we are sing and a dance. Culture, them say that is. Most of we don't know say culture is gone beyond singing and dancing. Most of we don't really understand culture, the highest discipline in any, what them call, study. Culture. Everything, every other discipline come out of culture. When we are talking about disciplines now, we are talking about where you go study at university, at school. Sociology, anthropology, archaeology, religion, economics, politics, all of them derive from culture. Because it is the cultural experience of a people that develop things to sustain the people in the community or in the group. So when there was no religion, man, I try to figure out what is it, what is not, and him come up with a religion. Anthropology is the study of a people inside of them environment. And instead of to study the people inside of them environment, culture must come from that. Politicians don't understand culture, that's why they can't govern the people. Them use a European philosophy and idea from England. And instead of them look into it, instead of them look into that philosophy and say, all right, this work for England, this not going to work for we. We come from Africa, them they are England. So for them understanding of this must be different from we. So we have to go rectify that. No! The so-called founding father just take slam bam, we go on to England and bring it, come down here so and say, this have to work for the African, them down here so. And it not working. And them don't recognize that. Them don't recognize that them need to analyze and study Africa before the Europeans go to Africa. What were the Africans doing in Africa before Europeans got there? We had a civilization. We have a culture. We have a family structure that get broke down when it reaches us. That right now, man, a ball say the reason why this is because father not in the house. Father not in the house because the system set away that the father can't in the house. The father get corrupted by the system. So no father not in the house now. And the people them get wild on the road. Because of the system. Because our family structure. From even the religion, you can't see the family structure broke down. God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Ghost. Them turn the woman in a duppy. Them turn the woman in a ghost. Them negate and kneel out the female part of that family. We're supposed to be a divine family. And we did have a family long before we come here. Osiris, Horus, and Isis. God the Father, God the Mother, and God the Child. Those three entities have a divinity in them, through them humanity. And we understand that, but guess what? We come on and lose them thinking there. Them put we in the sky. Them make cross with neck. And we cross with neck, the emblem of suffering and shame. Before we put crown on our head, we have put cross on the neck. Them kill a man and put the Roman way of killing people, thieves, and people who them try for treason and sedition, is to put them on a cross. Them have black people who wear cross on them neck. The emblem of suffering and shame. When we did have glorious symbols and recognize great symbols that carry us through. But we get rid of that. Because them put it in our head. Say anything African, a wicked, pagan, devil, satanic thing. And anything Christian is the glory of God. It are defined. And then when we look upon the world today, when we look upon the earth today, the Western world especially, most of the war that has been fought was fought in the name of religion. Religion is the perpetuator of death and destruction in the Western world. But we intend to liberate ourselves in these religion. It's not going to work. We have to make a paradigm shift. We have to shift the thing. We have to move the thing. Because it's not going to work. It never worked for our ancestors. It never worked for our grandmother. And it now work for our mother. And it now going to work for we. Nor my children. Nor my children's children. We have to make a different move. Why them can't get it? Why them can't realize it's not it? It's a reaction to an action. It's not it. It's not it a drive where we say a go on. Black people now do certain things, leave them alone in their own environment. Them is at peace with nature. In peace with nature. Black people don't create religion. Them way of life is enough to sustain them in them environment. Africans never fight religious wars. There's no religious wars until the invaders step into Africa. When the Arabs come in Africa, when the white man come in Africa. And these two, just like we are going to Sudan now, South Sudan, Christian, Sudan, Islam. And them have their black people, them, a fight between Christianity and Islam, a fight in Sudan, a kill off one another in the name of either Allah or Christ, God. Black people in their habitat was never fighting about religion. There's no serious historical reference where Africans kill one another because of religion. Until the Arabs and the Europeans go into Africa and inculcate some serious forced, just like how them forced if you accept Jesus. Beat way and say we must what? Praise God. We don't want to mix with those heathen gods, those heathens. We must recognize that the only name that man can be saved is in the name of Jesus. Yet still, every time we call upon it, we suffer more. We suffer more as a people, as a group. Show me one country in the world that you can say, that country is a Christian nation and we must emulate that country. One country. Because there's none. And true them know say there's none. Them say, wait till you're dead, man, and you go up in heaven, everything all right. Sell your all. All of them are sell away. So, why them can't get it? Why them can't get it, say, it's not hate, a drive, whatsoever go on. Why them can't get it, say, it's a reaction to an action. And them know say it exists, you know. Them know say it exists, but them can't admit it. Because if them admit it, them are going to say white supremacy crumble. The conservative white people not going to get it. That's why Trump is such a popular man in America. Because he's an octa where Hillary think what now go say. But when she get in her power, she do what she knows she do. Because a whole heap of the activities were going as in our time of foreign secretary to the Obama regime there. She instigate that. We said that already last week. The war going on in Syria now. And she instigate that. The killing of Gaddafi. She did agree with the Iraq thing. It's a weird thing. And them killing black people in America, left to right. It's like lynching come all over again, but instead of them are lynching by rope now, them use the gun. Why them can't get it? That is not hate. It's not hate. It's not hate a drive we are going. It's an action. And then a reaction. And them have to understand that. But then again, if them understand it, them are going to try to do something about it, and then white supremacy will not maintain itself. Because you have to maintain white supremacy through a system, through a process. And black people don't understand how them get with them there. Most black people don't understand how we reach over there. Because even in Jamaica, you have a group of politicians in Jamaica where all them know in terms of governance is where white people bring command as well. And they will never study civilizations in Africa. These politicians, we can sit down with any politician in Jamaica and show them say, you never, whether on their school, whether by yourself, just a try look for knowledge, never sit down and study the civilizations of Africa and how Europe underdeveloped Africa. Europe underdeveloped Africa. That's now people are talking about. It's a lucky thing we come here, so alright, we run up and down in a jungle and all sort of madness. All sort of madness. When we give the world the first university, all them Pythagoras theorem where we learn at school. In Egypt, Pythagoras today I study these things. Alexander the Greek, what them call Alexander the Great. In Egypt, him go and take the book them at Alexandria, burn up and carry go back to Greece. And then you hear say Greece is the center of philosophy. Pluto, Homer, Socrates, all of these people. And then when we have the pyramids, you hear them say some alien come build it. Two them no want to recognize that black people did have a sensibility of science and technology. And Europe come in, the Arab come in, the Europe come in and devastate it. And now we're at the bottom. We're at the bottom. And we can't recognize it because we love it. A whole heap we love the bottom of the pit. You think we don't love it? Look out there every day and you see say, we don't love it. We're going to ball and go like say we don't love it. But wait till them see some little bling bling will come from Japan or China and see how quick we jump to it. Because them say, they might give you some cheap thing, mass produced production thing and give it. And it's cheap. And we just love it. And the food where we eat. The way we have sex now. It's a combination of things, a multiplicity of things that have we. And when you hear a man say, what, me African? He say, me don't know Africa, me never come from Africa, me no born in Africa, me a Jamaican. And you said proud. I not tell you not to get proud of Jamaican, but that don't negate you being African. Saying he's a Jamaican don't negate say he's African. It's a madness. It's a madness. Which part you think the white people them will control America come from? Which part the ancestors come from? Europe. And Native American them kill off and murder and take away the land from the people them and push them for reservation. Europe them come from or run from religious persecution from them own people. White people kill white people more than all them matter about black people kill black people. Yeah, about black and black violence. Black and black violence exists. And black violence exists. And we are talking about America now. Black and black violence exists because the system of America is stacked against black people as a community, not as an individual. Because individuals in America turn millionaire. Because it's so the system set up. But as a community, as a group, as a nation of people, them still at the bottom, as Canto we just mentioned a while ago. So it's a serious thing. Serious.
The next thing you'll see here in America, and please don't blame it on me when you see it. You will see the same things that have taken place among other people on this earth whose condition was parallel to that of the 22 million Afro-Americans in this country. The people of China grew tired of their oppressors, and the people rose up against their oppressors. They didn't rise up non-violently. It was easy to talk about the odds were against them, but 11 of them started out. And today those 11 control 800 million. They would have been told back then that the odds were against them. As the oppressor always points out to the oppressed, the odds are against you. When Castro was up in the mountains of Cuba, they told him the odds were against him. Today he's sitting in Havana, and all the power that this country has can't remove him. told the Algerians the same thing. What do you have to fight with? Today they have to bow down to Ben Bella. He came out of the jail that they put him in, and today they have to negotiate with him. Because he knew that the one thing he had on his side was truth and time. The time is on the side of the oppressed today. It's against the oppressor. And truth is on the side of the oppressed today. It's against the oppressor. You don't need anything else.
You are listening to Muta Baruka.
Yes, Nina Simone and Miriam Makeba, I Shall Be Released, written by a white man named Bob Dylan. Okay, so here we don't know. We're going to play about this thing here, you know. Yeah, because we have to make you hear it continuously. And these are statistics. No, not long time statistics. These are statistics that was done this year.
Welcome to the Real News Network. I'm Paul Jay. As terrorist attacks increase in intensity and rapidity, the national elections in the United States increasingly focus on what to do about it. National defense is one of the main themes of the elections, but just how committed are either candidate to national defense, or is it perhaps what they're really committed to is America being the only superpower? And is that the primary mission? Well, that is the case according to our next guest, who wrote in Harper's Magazine that there is a bipartisan commitment to maintaining American supremacy. It's become the political signature of our times. So this November, voters will choose between rival species of hawks. Each of the finalists will insist that that freedom's survival hinges on having in the Oval Office a president ready and willing to employ force, even as each dodge and substantive assessment of what acting on that impulse has produced of late. In this sense, the outcome of the general election has already been decided. Now joining me in the studio is Andrew Bacevich. Andrew is a historian, retired colonel, and Vietnam War veteran. He's a professor emeritus at Boston University. He's also the author of America's War for the Greater Middle East, a Military History. Thanks for joining us, Andrew.
Glad to be with you.
So if I understand the piece you wrote in Harper's last spring called America Imperium, if I have it right, essentially the thesis is that defending the nation is not really the mission. The mission is American supremacy, and that certainly applies to the Middle East. So what does that mean then? These two candidates in terms of defending the homeland seem to be promoting a foreign policy that actually puts the homeland in jeopardy.
Well, I think that's true. I mean, for the moment, we should take anything that Donald Trump or Hillary Clinton has to say with a grain of salt. They will say whatever they think will improve their chances of being elected in the fall. That said, I would not expect either of them, if elected, to bring about any serious rethinking of U.S. national security policy. As I suggested in that Harper's piece, they are different versions of hawks.
So if you go back in terms of U.S. history in the Middle East, I guess it begins more or less with Roosevelt's meeting with King Ibn Saud in 1945, where they have a face-to-face meeting and decide that there will be cordial relations and even more. Some people suggest that's where the real plan is hatched, where the Americans will support the Sauds as the head of the, not just Saudi Arabia, but even more influential throughout the Arab world. And that gets articulated more during the Eisenhower Doctrine. Can you talk a bit about that? Is that Eisenhower Doctrine really the beginning of this assertion of American dominance in the Middle East?
Well, I think the meeting between FDR and the Saudi king that you cite is a very important way station that committed the United States to securing the monarchy in return for expectations that we would have privileged access to oil in the Persian Gulf. However, I think the real turning point happens in 1980. Prior to 1980, there certainly was a U.S. policy in the greater Middle East, but it was not a U.S. policy that found expression in any serious military commitment. That changes in 1980 when Jimmy Carter promulgates the Carter Doctrine. If you recall, that's a statement that designates the Persian Gulf a vital U.S. national security interest and explicitly a place that we're now willing to fight for. So prior to 1980, no major U.S. military involvement in the region. Beginning in 1980, a pattern of armed interventionism in the greater Middle East that continues down to the present day, and at least in my judgment has been unsuccessful and indeed counterproductive. So the military narrative really begins in 1980.
Yeah, it's interesting with a president from the Democratic Party, certainly under the sway of Zbigniew Brzezinski, who was more or less the architect, I think, of the Carter Doctrine and leads to the war in Afghanistan. I hope most people know the basic story there. The Americans funded jihadists in Afghanistan to suck the Russians in, and successfully so, into a quagmire. And even though that led to the forming of the Taliban and Al-Qaeda and bin Laden, and I think you could probably draw a straight line from that Carter Doctrine right to 9/11. In terms of, this is a good example, I think, of what you're talking about, how this foreign policy...
I don't know that I call it a straight line, but there's a line. I mean, there certainly are a whole bunch of dots that can be connected. And I think that the Afghanistan experience, we're supporting the jihadists, is a good example of the unexpected consequences of U.S. interventionism. I mean, at our present moment, as you and I are speaking, the concern is about ISIS. Certainly, it's reasonable to view ISIS as a threat. It's also true that ISIS would not exist had not the United States invaded Iraq back in 2003. We shattered Iraq, and out of the chaos of Iraq has emerged this new terrorist entity. So both of these, Afghanistan in the 80s, Iraq beginning in 2003, illustrate the larger point that U.S. military interventionism in this region simply has not produced the positive outcomes that policymakers have expected.
Just on Wednesday, President Obama announced that troops are going to be maintained at a higher level than expected till the end of the year. We can run a little clip of President Obama announcing the troop levels staying at the levels they are. Do we have that clip ready?
I'm announcing an additional adjustment to our posture. Instead of going down to 5,500 troops by the end of this year, the United States will maintain approximately 8,400 troops in Afghanistan into next year through the end of my administration. The narrow missions assigned to our forces will not change. They remain focused on supporting Afghan forces and going after terrorists. My decision today...
So the United States remains embroiled in Afghanistan as an extension of a policy, as you said, created under the Carter Doctrine in the beginning in 1980. Iraq is in as big a chaos mess as ever. Massive car bombing recently, suicide bombing, and the emergence of ISIS. If the basic thesis that you're proposing is that this idea that's creating so much terrorism, and the underpinning of the idea is that there must be American supremacy, not the defense of America, then what does the alternative look like when you look at the Middle East? What would American foreign policy look like if it was actually based on defending simply the safety and interest of the majority of American people?
Well, then that policy would look like one in which there was minimal active U.S. military presence in the region. I mean, U.S. military presence instigates resistance. There's simply no question about that. So we defend ourselves by defending ourselves. That is to say, in this case, erecting barriers that will prevent the terrorists from getting at us. I mean, when you think about why 9/11 happened, it happened because the responsible agencies of the federal government failed to put in place minimally adequate security measures in American airports. So the key, I think, to minimalizing, not eliminating, to minimizing the threat of terrorism is to ensure that our domestic security agencies, FBI, TSA, border security, that these agencies are effectively led and resourced. The answer is not to send more U.S. troops or drop more U.S. bombs in places like Iraq and in Syria. Now, there are real problems in that part of the world, and ultimately, the answer to restabilizing the Persian Gulf is to ensure that the nations in the region assume responsibility for that task, and they are capable of doing that were they to collaborate. I'm talking about Iran and Iraq and Saudi Arabia and Turkey. I understand those countries differ from one another in a variety of ways, but it should be incumbent upon them to recognize the transcendent threat posed by ISIS and therefore to make common cause simply to deal with that current threat.
This idea of supremacy leads to the conclusion that whatever happens to some extent needs to be orchestrated by the United States, which is why there's an enormous American military base in Qatar. There's obviously American troops still in Afghanistan and Iraq. Does the United States, in your opinion, should the correct foreign policy be to announce to the region that, I don't know whether it's over a reasonable time frame, but all the American troops are getting out of the Middle East?
Well, yeah, and it is, I think. The time frame is something that one could argue about. And, I mean, let's be clear. It's not that supremacy is either bad or good. The issue here is what works. And if somebody could make a case for me that would show that U.S. military interventionism over the past several decades is making things better, is indeed bringing about stability, is promoting democracy, is advancing the cause of human rights. If our efforts militarily were doing those things, then I'd say, let's keep doing it.
But maybe that's not the objective. Maybe those are not the objectives, and it is working for the real objectives. And you know, if I put on the hat of Lockheed Martin or Boeing or some of these companies, I would say what's going on in the Middle East is going fairly well. Almost war. The arms sales to Saudi Arabia alone, I believe, in the last, 4 or 5 years, has been something in the range of $90 billion. I mean, these rivalries and tension and volatility of the Middle East is very good if you happen to be in certain sectors of the economy.
I mean, your cynicism is not misplaced. It's certainly the case that open-ended war works to the benefit of some, specifically to the components of the military-industrial complex. I guess I'm not quite that cynical in the sense that at the end of the day, I don't believe that President Obama gets up in the morning and says to himself, I wonder what I can do for the military-industrial complex today. I cling to the belief that policymakers do at some level try to do things that they think advance the interests of the United States and the well-being of the American people, but stubbornly they refuse to take stock of what our efforts in the greater Middle East have accomplished. So there is rather this sort of dogged persistence that if we try a little bit harder, if we keep U.S. forces in Afghanistan just a little bit longer, if we intensify the bombing against ISIS just a bit more, that somehow things are going to come out all right in the end. Alas, there is no evidence to support that expectation.
Right, but I would suggest that if you take your opening of your article, that the objective is American supremacy, and you apply that to the Middle East, then there's sort of like 3 or 4 threats to that supremacy. One is some external power, and that's, you know, are the Russians really a threat there? Well, certainly not anymore, if in fact they really ever were. The Chinese, you know, in an economic way, but not in terms of any military supremacy, certainly. You have the possibilities of uprisings of the people, which can also threaten that supremacy. If the Egyptian revolution had been successful, and the people of Egypt had, demanded real independence, and if that had started to spread throughout the region, that would also be a threat. But the other, and of course, part of that supremacy are these pillars of power of empire. You know, whether it's Turkey, Saudi Arabia, or Israel. These are part of the ways American power gets exercised in the region. But it seems to me there's another piece of this that doesn't get enough discussion, which is that these rivalries are important. I mean, the rivalry between the Sauds and the Iranians and the Turks playing in rivalry with all of the other powers to some extent. Even the fight between the Sauds and the Qataris. I mean, these naturally will come up as powers, mid-level powers compete with each other. But isn't it in American interest to make sure that remains that way? Because if they really started cooperating, and you started having a broad Arab bloc in that region that were really collaborative, isn't that a real threat to American supremacy? It'd be the emergence of another major power.
Well, I don't think it's plausible that there's going to be another major power emerge in this region. Not a power anywhere comparable to what we wield, or even to, for example, to what the Chinese wield and will continue to wield. But there is an angle, I think, that connects to the point you're making, and that is that the supremacy, this notion of we need to be number one, there's a psychic element here. Our insistence, expressed particularly strongly in the wake of the Cold War. That we are the sole superpower, that somehow we represent the trajectory of history, that ultimately everyone on the planet is destined to embrace freedom as we define freedom. Those expectations have been challenged by events in the Islamic world broadly, in the Middle East more narrowly. The foundation of our expectations of being the indispensable nation lie in the belief that we possess military might such as the world has never seen. And yet what we have found time and again in the greater Middle East is our military might is inadequate to the challenge, and we're not willing to admit that. The foreign policy establishment is not willing to admit that. And frankly, I think the majority of the American people are not willing to admit that, not willing to admit that we are not history's agent.
If you go back to what should be done now, and you take the idea that the powers of the region should collaborate and fight ISIS, it kind of doesn't deal with the point that many of the powers of the region, and particularly Saudi Arabia, to a large extent have been behind all of this and still are. Certainly in Syria, the Saudis are still financing, if not ISIS, and we're not sure exactly. I don't think anyone's really sure what that ISIS-Saudi connection is right now, but for the sake of argument, let's say the Sauds and the ISIS are no longer in cooperation. But certainly the Saudis are funding in Syria other forces not so different than ISIS, Al-Qaeda type forces. This underlying policy of the alliance with the Saudis is so much fueling this, isn't it? And so the answer of asking the Saudis to be part of the solution, I don't see how we get to that.
Well, and it would not be easy to get to that. I don't mean to imply somehow we would just sort of snap our fingers and this sort of anti-ISIS coalition would come into existence, but I do think that there's a diplomatic challenge here, and the diplomatic challenge is persuading the Saudi monarchy to appreciate in a realistic way where the interests of the monarchy lie. You are correct, at least as I understand it. For decades now, the Saudi Arabia has been promoting the sort of radical Islamism that in many respects finds expression in organizations like ISIS. Why they've been doing that? As I understand it, they've been doing that largely for their own domestic political purposes, to demonstrate their fealty to a very severe version of Islam. We need to persuade them that it's not in their interest to do that. And again, I want to emphasize, I don't think that's easy, but I think it's more doable than continuing down the militarized path that we've been on for the past several decades.
But then you get back to the interests of the industrial military complex, because billions and billions of dollars of arms sales. Because the only real leverage is that you have to say to the Saudis, fine, no more arms until you stop doing this stuff, and there's way too much Saudi money pouring into the pockets of people that have tremendous power in Washington.
Yeah, well, I mean, if I said anything that somehow said, "Oh, I think this is easy," then I'm going to retract that. I think it's real hard, and it could well be that there are people smarter than I am who can conceive of a better alternative to the militarized approach that we have been taking, and my ears are open to consider those alternative views. But my bottom line position, the one I insist upon, is simply trying harder, keeping doing what we've been doing, is not going to work. So the imperative is to devise a realistic alternative to the militarization of U.S. policy. I've given you one possibility. There may be many others, but simply continuing down the path we're on right now is it ain't going to work.
Well, what would you say to the suggestion, no more arms sale to Saudi Arabia, no more arms sales to Israel?
Well, I would say for domestic political reasons, it's never going to happen. But there is no doubt in my mind that as the arms merchant of the world, we may be doing things that do benefit Lockheed Martin and the like, but we're simply pouring gas on this fire. Mostly, particularly in the case of the Saudis, we're selling them weapons that they don't even know how to use effectively. So it doesn't make any sense.
All right, thanks very much for joining us, Andrew.
Glad to be with you.
And thank you for joining us on the Real News Network.
Yeah.
Ian Muta.
Wait, are you one? I was going to take a call.
Listen. Yeah, Farrakhan mother come from St. Kitts. His Malcolm X mother come from Grenada. Yeah.
All right, wait. You know, so I have to question you today, though. I have to question you. All right. Oh, wait, the Prime Minister today?
Theresa May.
May, yeah. She was in line with the BRICS exit thing. She did agree with it.
No. She voted to remain.
But she elected somebody who was voted to come out. No, so.
Yes, in terms of, in our new cabinet.
Yeah, she elected somebody who didn't say them.
Yes, Boris, she have the boy, Boris Johnson, as the foreign secretary. The one who with Farage, the other racists, they create problem and then resign and then Boris him who get coward when Gove decide to run against him, say him no fit and thing, you know. Yeah. So she bring him in. So, but you see the thing about it.
No,
Therese.
Go on, tell me about Therese. Tell me about her.
Theresa May. Her father was a Anglican vicar, you know. Mm-hmm. Right? That's a thing with her too. And she is someone who fight against minimum wages for workers, you know. She fight against minimum, against workers' rights and them thing there. Okay. And the next thing that
she's a straight up conservative.
That have a lot of effect.
She's a straight up conservative. Yeah.
Yes, and I think that she do that affect a lot of our African people from Jamaica and the rest of the Caribbean and Africa, is that she come with a thing that if someone in Britain marry to someone who is not from the EU area, meaning the Caribbean, Africa, and so on, that if them not earning about £18,600 a year, them can't send for them children or them wives or husbands who they married to. Yes, it's a dangerous.
So she come like Margaret Thatcher, man. She's another Margaret Thatcher in the making.
Exactly.
All right, let me ask you, all the black community in England see the exit thing, all them. Can't remember me that talk first. You didn't say you would like them stay. You would prefer them stay.
Yeah, because of what I said with the EU legislation in terms of workers' rights and benefits and protection for the National Health Service and thing. Because what is interesting is that a UN report has condemned Britain, the David Cameron regime and so, for the inequalities and suffocations brought on to the vast majority of people in Britain. Yeah. The inequalities thing. A UN commission has denounced the David Cameron regime because of the austerity measures of pressuring the disabled and other people who are sick, and also workers in terms of rights and things, has contributed into having a society where there is much more inequality. And the Tories like talk about that they can deal with money properly. Well, about it's the biggest, the national debt is now the biggest in history under the George Osborne and David Cameron regime. The national debt is standing at 1.7, not billion, trillion pounds.
Enough money. That's,
trillion pounds.
That sounds like America. With America.
Exactly. So talking about they would make things better, they have made things worse. You know, and what a lot of people have found out, including our people, but not like me and others who were really reading the situation, is that they were conned by the lies of Boris Johnson and Farage and others who said that they should vote to leave because they found out that they had no solutions, as I and people like Jeremy Corbyn and others had pointed out, you know, and so on. They had no solutions, and this is why when the leavers who campaigned and conned so many people to vote for leaving, that Farage, him resigned.
Him resigned immediately.
And, yes, he resigned as leader of UKIP, that racist party. And Boris Johnson got cold feet when Gove said he's going to run because he's not fit for leadership. So they put people in the mess and then run away. And now Theresa May has put him as the foreign secretary. A buffoon like that.
But how she balance not wanting to leave yet still electing a man who was the leader of wanting to leave? How she balance that up?
Well, what happened is that she's trying to maintain the unity of the Tories, because as much as them have them differences with each other, and this is something that Marcus Garvey, Malcolm X, Marcus Garvey Jr. and others have told us, Kwame Ture, is that no matter what differences Europeans have amongst themselves, when it come on to them common interests, them close ranks.
Well, you see that with Hillary and Sanders today.
Precisely, typical example. So many of his key hardcore supporters are totally
against him now
and annoyed with him.
But
Yes,
I know some white ladies where may have in communications with, you know, in a Jamaica, and them said there's no way them when name Bernie I go endorse Sandler. I want to heal up Miriam from Negril, you know, because me and her every day me get up, me ask her, I say, you know, she say Bernie God, you know. She said no, he go still have a chance to win the election. I when she said the thing, nah go fear you know, she still has a Bernie.
Yes.
What now is that she has say, I hope them lock up Hillary. But no, me tell her, I say, but him going go endorse wait name because them go close ranks according to what you say.
Yes, and which is what he did. Yeah, and which is what he did, because even the Green Party in the States made overtures to him and said, listen,
you mean Bernie?
Join with us.
Not Bernie you're talking about.
Yes, Bernie, yes, Bernie. Bernie, because, you know, them have a Green Party in the States, so, you know what I mean? They said to him, don't give up the fight. Join with us, because there's no difference between Hillary, because Hillary is a fox, while Trump is a wolf. The Malcolm X example, both of them are racist. And what happened in terms of Hillary Clinton, she's proven by her works in causing the wars in Syria, in Libya, with the killing of Gaddafi and others. She's a warmonger, and she's also a thief, along with her husband, the boy, the Bill Clinton, who thief up billions of dollars of money that they claim them foundation collect for African people in Haiti. You see? So she people have no excuse, Bernie has no excuse, because she has a track record of doing things. At least with Donald Trump, the dump, he has not been in any political position to do anything, even though we know his mindset and thing. But with Hillary Clinton, no one has any excuse, because she has shown by her behavior what she is. She's a racist. She remember that she referred to our youths, African youths in the States, boys, as super predators, you know.
But she didn't make so much prison for so much ones in a prison right now. No, she did.
No, her husband, the 3 strikes on your house that has destroyed the lives of so many
African people,
families in the States, where we have a lot of our African fathers and so in prison for life.
Yes.
She and her husband working in tandem as racists. Right?
Well, all right.
And trying to colonize Africa.
All right.
And that type of thing.
Well, you know, I could go back to the England vibe, that's all, you see? All right.
Yes.
So, another woman, president, prime minister of England, she now drafting the exit man as a one.
Yeah, Boris, yeah.
All right. Cameron resigned. From your standpoint, where you think are going to happen now? You think Jamaica, you think that Britain are going to move forward now more progressively for Britain, or them are going to get, it going to deteriorate?
No, things are going to be worse. I mean, it's going to be a harder fight for the vast majority of people. Because what happened, while they were in the EU, certain grants in terms of money and assistance. You see, like, for example, all with scientific research and that type of thing. A lot of that money that used to come through the EU fund cut off now, you know, and a lot of other things. So things are going to be rougher and tougher. And you know that we as African people, we always feel the brunt of any pressure. Last hired, first fired.
Yes.
We feel the brunt at all times. This is the racist nature of European racist global imperialism. Yes, exactly. It has never changed. Whatever differences them have it as family differences. Yes, them kill each other and so on. So, but when it come on to us as Africans, they always close ranks. Always close ranks.
You didn't hear the Malcolm X speech I make when he said sitting around the table, don't make your diner. You have to
don't make your diner. Yes, of course. But you know, we've been listening to Malcolm X albums and reading the books from the 60s when we are go Kingston Technical.
But we are listening to them now. It come like him could have say it today and it's still relevant.
No, him could have did say it today. It always relevant because the truth is the reality. It is.
But
it applies equally.
I may have that problematical. Me find problem with it that a man said something 50 years ago, and obviously things no better then because him still say it now and it sound like to them that say it. And when we play the thing a while ago about the situations of blacks in America, according to them statistics.
It's worse.
It's worse.
It's worse.
You know what I mean?
Because Obama was used as a sedative to con those Africans who were not thinking, who were caught up in emotionalism. You know, a lot of our African people, you know, just to see a so-called black president gave them a form of mental ejaculation.
Yeah, man.
Seriously. Yes. Mentally they ejaculated because they substituted emotionalism for realism, not wanting to deal with the realities of life. Because when you're dealing, if you are really serious, you deal with the bread and butter issues of life. You don't deal with a guy or a girl wear a nice suit or dress and they're so-called good-looking, or they look nice and they talk nice. It's stupid people who think that way. But the sad reality is a lot of our people are stupid politically, are politically uneducated, and why you think you get so much fight? For example, why you think I, the Mandingo, get so much fight and people like us? Because there are a lot of our people who do not want to be educated. They don't want to be educated about the realities.
Some of the biggest fight against where we are dealing with us now is black people.
Exactly. They are the internal enemies, and that is why I say we cannot support people simply because they belong to our African race. Because some of them are the internal enemies who work on behalf of the races for peanuts and crumbs. Because look Jamaica. Look Jamaica, where you and I born and where we are come from. Almost all the politicians in Jamaica, PNP and GLP, know absolutely nothing about their own African history.
Look here, man, we just attacked a while ago.
And they have, and not only that, and if you try to get them to study their own African history in Jamaica and in Africa, they don't want to know and feel offended.
We just attacked a while ago, say, none of these leaders, all them do is draw from England and slam bomb a political process which can't work amongst black people.
Exactly.
Draw from the religion, slam bomb Christianity, but still not, I mean, my great grandmother prayed to Jesus, my grandmother prayed to Jesus, my mother, all of them dead, and we nowadays are praying to Jesus still, and it now work as a collective body. And then now when I say, watch a man, why we don't have no political leader who study African communities and African ideas before the Arabs and the Europeans go there? Because we add structures there. Them don't make us feel that we have structure. We add structures, we have family structure, which is the main thing right now we brought down amongst black people. Now. When we didn't have a structure, and really and truly, we never have no war in Africa. We fight on the basis of religion. Arabs and Europeans come to Africa with them religious fighting. We never did a fight war over religion.
You are totally correct. You are totally and completely correct with what you have just said. And what it goes to show is that the politicians that we have had in Jamaica, almost every one of them are not leaders, but they are misleaders. They have misled our people because they themselves are totally mentally enslaved.
Them terrible, man. They're terrible.
Very anti-African. Very anti-African. They are not leaders. They are misleaders. They have taught our people to hate their African selves, their African features, their African skin, their hair, etc. This is their mentality. And look, for example, we have two daily papers in Jamaica, the Observer and the Gleaner. These papers, you read them every day for years upon years and so. These papers promote anti-African culture, and they are not for the promotion of positive African examples and so on. They are not. And the TV stations, the same type of thing. And almost all the radio stations in Jamaica, it is the same type of thing. Your program is one of the very rare exceptions to the rule. But the vast majority of the radio stations in Jamaica are not about promoting the development and the progress and the positive
the majority of people in
self-esteem of African people. They are anti-African.
Definitely. Anyway, we have to move the way now.
And this is why so many of our people in Jamaica continue to kill each other, murder each other, fight against each other, because they have been taught to hate themselves. So whenever they see anyone looking like themselves as Africans, they seek only to destroy. This is why we have this problem in Jamaica of so much murders and so much other atrocities, because the vast majority of Africans in Jamaica have been taught to hate their African selves. So whenever they see a reflection of themselves, which are other Africans in Jamaica, and it's the same thing in the rest of the world, they seek to destroy, and they do destroy. And this is why we, Mutabaruka, have to do what we have to do. Our work is non-stop. Non-stop, because we have to fight to preserve our African race.
We have to move
and to make it free.
We have to move.
Yes, my brother. You keep on doing the work, and I'll keep on listening.
Yeah, man.
Marcus Garvey every time.
There's a direct relationship between having the businesses and being in prison. Go find see how many Asians you can find in American prisons. They ain't gonna be in there. But 51% of your prison will be black because blacks don't have any businesses and industries. There's a direct link. Blacks won't practice group economics. Black won't practice group politics. If you don't practice, you're setting yourselves up. I told that 5-story building, you're setting yourself to get wiped out. Understand the nature of race, which is economics. If you build the first floor, it's economic. Build your businesses and your industries. Control business and industry, and put that pulls in your money, and hold that money, and practice group economics with it. Arab and Asian money bounces 12 or 13 times what it leaves. Jewish money bounces 18 times. Black folk got to learn how to practice group economics. Black Americans spend every penny they get outside their own community. Then you take the money and the wealth that you get from that first floor and go to the second floor. The second floor is politics. You then take that money on the first floor and you control your politics. Black folk must quit allowing people to tell them to go out and vote. Vote for what? Nobody's going to do anything for black folk in politics. Politics is controlled by money. Major corporations who got the money. That's what controls politics. If you have no money, you have no say-so, you have no benefits coming. So you take your money and you control, and you take your money from the first floor, you buy every politician on the second floor. And any politician you can't buy, you rent or lease them to get what you need. Then once you get the second floor under control with the politician, with your money, then you go to the third floor. The third floor is the police department and the court system. You take your money from the first floor and your politics on the second floor, and you control the court system and the police departments. Then the fourth floor, that is media. You then take the money that you generate off the first floor from business and industries, and you go after radio stations, TV stations, newspapers, and cable systems, so that you can now inform and communicate with your own people. Right now, black folk only control less than 35,000% of the media in the United States. Out of 12,000 radio stations, black folk own about 75 or 80. That's all. You own no cable systems. You don't have a daily newspaper. You have nothing of importance. You got about one black TV station. So you can't communicate with your people. You can't inform your people. You can't do anything. You can have Rush Limbaugh and all the rest of the guys talking about racism all day long and bad mouthing you, and O'Reilly's. They can call black folk all kind of names all day long. What are you going to do? You can't respond. You can't communicate with your own people because you don't have an economic base. 51% of all the prisoners in the United States are black people. You only make up 12% of the population. That's no accident. It's because you don't control the economics and the politics. And they're going to go after the weakest people they can get their hands on to incarcerate them. That's the black folk. And what are you going to do in response to when they over incarcerate you? You're going to go out and have a march, a demonstration. We're going to march. March for what? Who cares? March has never changed anything.
First came out of slavery, blacks were relatively successful because they understood the importance of one thing, and that was to learn how to own and control, get resources, because that was the whole purpose of slavery. Slavery was basically to maldistribute almost 100% of all this nation's wealth, resource, privileges, and controls of all levels of government into the hands of the dominant white society. And it was very effective. It did an excellent job. And slavery came into existence in the 1500s. It had a very specific purpose. Slavery was an economic issue, not a social issue. And so black folk learned that even as slaves, they might not have been well educated, but they weren't stupid. They figured out that he who owns and controls has the power. And so when slavery ended in the 1860s, about 1866, at that point in time, they learned something else from the radical Republicans who came out and said that black people in America can only be one or two things. Either you're going to be slaves or you're going to be free. To be free, you must these blacks must minimally, 5 million, almost 5 million blacks must minimally have 40 acres, a mule, and $100 given to them coming out of slavery if they're going to play this game. Because at that time in slavery, black folk were the primary generators of wealth on the earth. This country had invested over $8 billion just into slavery. That was more money than all businesses and all levels of government put together. And black folk as slaves, they knew the importance of wealth and owning and controlling. And they wanted that 40 acres and a mule and $100. And Congressman Thaddeus Stevens, Charles Sumner, and Benjamin said that on the floor of the United States Congress in the 1865 Civil Rights Law. Give black folk 40 acres, a mule, and $100. And Andrew Johnson came when he became the president after Lincoln's assassination. He killed the bill. They came back again in 1866 again and said black folk have to have resources to be able to compete. And then later on they converted that to the 14th Amendment in 1868. But in the meantime, black folk left slavery, not owning, controlling anything. Black folk left slavery after 400 or 500 years, penniless, poor, disorganized, no religion, no clothes, no food, no animals, no home, no land, no tools, no weapons, nothing. And white folks told them, go out there and compete. And unfortunately, our leadership didn't understand that. You cannot compete not owning anything. But a few blacks got the word. They said, what we got to do is try to get some of that land at 40 acres and a mule.
Slavery was affirmative action. Slavery was affirmative action. Jim Crow segregation was affirmative action. It was rewarding those people who had certain kind of skin complexion. That's what it was for. Affirmative action was written to be corrective action. C-O-R-R-E-C-T-I-V-E, corrective. Corrective action for what? For something that the government has consistently done to impede, to exploit, to degrade, and to degenerate a specific group of people. That's what it was written for. It had nothing to do with gender, handicap, senior citizens, gays, midgets, humpbacks, just black people. That's the only people the government had systematically at all levels, from the state, county, and federal level, had gone out of their way to pass laws, slave codes, and see, blacks couldn't get out of slavery because of the federal government.
The average black business can't even get the capital to present itself to the black population that the other people can get the capital to do. Now, one would ask the question, how can all these poor immigrants come to this country and have all this capital? If they had that capital, why did they leave home? And if they didn't have the capital when they left home, how are they getting this capital here when they have no credit records and they have no paper trail and they have not? So who's capitalizing them? And I think if we begin to look at that question, we begin to get to the bottom of what's going on in the black community.
See, and you cannot, it's impossible in theory and practice to acquire wealth and power or to be economically competitive without a community. And right now in America, black folk do not have not one single solitary community in America.
To the bottom of what's going on in the black community.
See, and you cannot, it's impossible in theory and practice to acquire wealth and power or to be economically competitive without a community. And right now in America, black folk do not have not one single solitary community in America. You cannot prosper, you cannot compete. It's going to be very difficult for black folk even to survive under the present circumstances because they don't have communities. All black folk got are neighborhoods. A neighborhood is like a bucket with a hole in it. A neighborhood is where you eat and sleep. A community is where you store your values, your history, your wealth, your power, your resources, your jobs, your tax base. And most of these neighborhoods have gotten so bad, so crime-ridden and run down and so dysfunctional that the neighbor is moved and all you got left is a hood. There's nothing left in them. We have a ranking order of acceptability in our society based on skin color, going white, yellow, brown, black. It's in a descending color order, going from the whitest to the darkest. And the wealth is also distributed along the same lines. The whitest at the top got the wealth, power, and resources going down. It trickles down, all the way down. The power and resources go, as they go up and down. The further you go away from the white, the thinner it becomes, the weaker it becomes. And black folk are not that silly. They can say, consequently, if I want something, I'm going to try to identify with anything as close to white as possible. And that's why you come up with this saying all the time about white ice is colder than black ice. They want to identify with it. But they never understand that rather than identifying with it, why don't you go acquire your own? Then your black ice will be just as cold as white ice. Black folk on an aggregated national disposable basis of collected income, they might be the 9th richest nation on earth. Right now, if I take all the black folks' money annually and aggregate it, they might be they're richer than maybe Sweden, Canada, India, Pakistan, whole bunch of countries, Thailand, folks most all put together. But the difference is, what I keep trying to tell blacks, it doesn't make any difference because it's not aggregated. You aggregate something, you strengthen exponentially the power of it by multiplying factor, by putting them together and then piling it up, making it stronger. But unfortunately, we are the only people that don't want that occur. Because you know why? Because traditionally, whites saw black folk aggregate as being a negative, and we see everything through the eyes of whites. Typically, anytime anything that exceeds more than 6% of something that's black, that whites are in charge of, and you get more than 6%, that sets off alarm in the white society. If I move into a neighborhood and I'm the only black, whites will accept the one black or the two blacks. But the minute you start getting up further than that, they go on alert. So by the time you hit 6, you know what happened then? They started putting their houses up for sale. If I go in an organization, I got one black in that organization, and it's all white organization, they'll accept the one black or two blacks. But the more blacks you come in trying to integrate, that becomes a threat to the dominant society. And they'll either move out of that organization, move out of that neighborhood, or even go to school and take their kids out of school. And where are they going to move? They're not going to move to a more integrated society. They're going to move back with their own people. When a white person takes his kid out of a school, out of an integrated school, he's not going to go and try to find another integrated school. He's going to take his kid to a segregated academy, a charter school, or an all-white suburb.
Yeah.
Hey.
Listen. Yes. Yeah, Malice man.
Hey, what's going on here?
Who this?
This is Dice from LA.
Okay, alright.
Yeah, what's going?
Cutting edge, go on.
Yeah, man, I know that. I just calling. I mean, from the last time I called was like
yeah, man, me remember,
back in June. Yeah, man, June 22nd. Yo, anyway, so look, I want to touch a little bit here because I'm really considering, coming down there, and I just need to find the time and the venue that we can talk, because we got to talk to our political leader. I agree with Mandingo that we cannot have Jamaican government bypassing our African ancestry, our African history. Do you know that I just discovered a few months ago that Jamaican people are from West Africa and we're Ghana people?
You just discovered that?
Yes.
Why you
and here's how embarrassing that is. Watch it. Hold on. Here's how embarrassing that is. Why wasn't I not taught that when I was a kid in Jamaica? You see how embarrassing that is? Because I'm so nosy. As a kid, I used to study a lot, read a lot when I was in Jamaica, and I grew up to be a man who still keep those same practices. We Jamaicans, we love to study everything. And this is embarrassing that me now, of my 40s, and I am just discovering that why is it that Jamaican government Negroes who are from Africa don't teach these things? Do you know that the Chinese know their history? The Jews know their history, which they're not Jews in the damn ways. The white people know their history. Everybody can know their history but us, we black people. Do you know that they forbid black to study their history here in America? And you tell me Jamaica is a mostly all-black country, and we are not studying our history. Why are we studying white men?
Hold on. I'm going to say something to you. It's not true that white people know them history, It's whole heap of white people don't know them history. Whole heap of white people don't know history. Trust me upon that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? A lot of them know that. Well, some of them might not know, but some of them know that they're Caucasian. They come from the Caucasus Mountain. Some of them, majority of them know that, and of course they try to hide that. You see, our history being hidden. I tell you something, Jamaican people. Listen up, Jamaican people. If anybody who we are going to vote into power do not know African history, no Jamaican history from Ghana, don't vote them in. So let the people rise against the government until they learn to do what they're supposed to do for the people. You are in power for the people, not for yourself, and not to get the hush money from the white men either. And trust me, we know about it.
The people them don't know them history neither, so how them going to vote for somebody who themselves have no history? The people
that's the reason why I was saying, Mota, the last time I talked. Men like me and you, and Mandingo, and everybody else, Sizzler and Capleton and all those, Luciano and those guys who know our African descent, our history. We need to pressure the government to put these things in there. We need to know about our own people. This is embarrassing. I'm a 40-year-old man, and I just learned that we're from West Africa.
Well, you should have listened to Cutting Edge long time, man. I go up on YouTube. You didn't know that from your 20.
When Cutting Edge was coming, when Cutting Edge was starting, I was still on this Christian garbage.
Well, that means if you did listen from your 30, you didn't know, say, African Jamaican people come from Ghana.
But you see what happened, Muta? The church tell us not to pay attention to the Rasta. Rastaman have no sense. Rastaman is this and Rastaman is that. But if it wasn't for Rastaman, a black man like me, which I'm not a Rasta anyways, but I would never know about guys like Marcus Garvey. I would never know about our king over there in Ethiopia. It's because of Capleton. It's guys like you who mentioned this. And because our government, these people who taking hush money from the white men to murder our people in Jamaica, to put guns in Jamaica, yes, they are doing that. And we found that out. Me and my friends don't find it out. Full-blood, half-blood Jamaicans. We found out what they're doing down there in Jamaica. And that's why people who are innocent, we need to rise against the government to do the right thing down in Jamaica and stop killing our black people. I don't see the Chinese people getting killed down there. And trust me, in the Chinese homes down there, if Chinese up here, they're pushing so much drugs in there and they get a pass. And you tell me that some Jamaican guy, some black guy, going to move to the city with some marijuana, which is naturally healing anyways, and you're going to tell me the police going to shoot him up? And you're telling me the Chinese get a pass? Let me tell you something. The reason why the Chinese have their stores down there and business is because they're pushing drugs down there. You can't hide it from me because I have Chinese friends up here who move drugs in this damn state.
Yeah, but Regine, a long time the Chinese them there still, you know.
Yeah, and guess what? This is black and Indian land. That's Jamaican land.
No, we are talking as pertaining to drugs. May I tell you, say a long time the Chinese them there, long time from indentured labor days.
That's how they get wealthy down there. Because that's how they get wealthy here.
No, but we like say them have push drugs and that's where them come for do. It's like I said them come for put drugs down here.
I'm not saying that they come to push drugs down there, but I'm telling you something. My thing is my people, my own black people. You tell me you're gonna shoot somebody because they're smoking some grass, marijuana, but the Chinese can get a pass, and they have weed. Come on, man, that ain't fair. And guess what?
The way don't say a while ago about the Chinese. Wait, don't say.
What I'm saying to you, right here in America, right here in California, they have medical marijuana up in here, right? Yeah. Some of the biggest pushers of it is the Chinese and the Koreans, right? Pushing the marijuana here. And you're telling me, here's Raymond Price, one of the rising stars down there. At least he has some sense in Parliament. He said, look here, I make a move towards Parliament so that way the black people are getting arrested. For what? Fucking little joint? This thing, I can understand that it was a substance that was killing people. But you tell me it's some weed. You smoke a little weed and the police will arrest you for that? Did you realize that God put it on the planet? Do you know that Imhotep, a Negro in Egypt, or should I say Kemet, the real name of Egypt, he used marijuana for healing. He used opium for healing. So he can perform his surgery on the people. And you're telling me that something that God created, are you saying, Jamaican government, that God is stupid because he put marijuana on there? Marijuana, first of all, marijuana is good for people with cancer. And people who have AIDS, it's good for them too. So what are you doing, Jamaican government? If you don't have no sense, get your ass out of Parliament. Because these are the issues that we black people have to deal with over and over because we got stupid government. And half of them are taking hush money from the white man. From America too. And that's the reason why Jamaica society is breaking up right now because we're listening to white men.
So what do you think about we are going to America now with the Black Lives Matter thing? Since I know you're open.
Boss, here's what happened. These white men are some racist men in America. They're killing our people here. Me and my friends that we are in the front line fighting also there. Wherever blacks are, we man.
You take part in the demonstration? You take part in the demonstrations?
Yes, man. Them all people, you know. It bothers me when I see that happen.
They know me not see you on the TV. But me not see you on the TV.
No, man. Let me tell you something. Certain things. Wait. Do you really think my name is Dice? Really? My name is not Dice. I might have a real name. And do you really think that this number I'm calling from is really real? No. Anonymity is your best friend. You don't make everybody know who you are. You can wield power. That's why a lot of people wield power from behind the government. You wield things from behind the scene. anonymity. So therefore, yes, of course, I'm among those people, and I'm fighting, and I'm pressing with people who are in certain circles to make certain things happen. So therefore, right now, you hear my voice, you never see my face, and I am trying my very best right now to. I hope that Jamaicans don't let hear me, because my thing is this. You know what? Here's what happened.
We have to go though, but they might hear you, man. But you have to go. We have to go. All right, make a work out something else, because there's so much things to say. There's so much things to say that it just gets ridiculous. You know, you have some people, them call them conspiracy theorists. Conspiracy theorists, everything we're happening in America, against America, them says America planet. The system in America planet. I really want to find out from these conspiracy theories. Nobody in the world, everybody in the world love America. You tell me say, everybody love America, so that America try and make people not like them by planning things against America, so that people now can react. I mean, people not fed up at certain things and react to it legitimately. Because all over the internet, even this thing that we're going on so now, conspiracy theorists, them say the CIA kill the police them, and I don't know, the brother kill them. It's a conspiracy theory. Say it's police, it's not, it's CIA try to make it look bad for black people. The killing will go on down Orlando. Me hear them all the conspiracy theorists, them say, no, the youth never kill them, and it's actors, it's pure actors in there. Nobody never did it there. Until me I show a youth, me little bridge, you know, me I show him say, watch a man, Jamaican did the night. Jamaican did there, we did the night. But every time something happen in America, against America, the people them who do it is never responsible for it. It's always a conspiracy against America, and it's done by America. You must stop it, man. You must stop it. You can't tell me, say, America is so squeaky clean that nobody would have ever rise up against America by them own self, like plan to do certain things in America. But everything bad will happen in America is the American government plan it. I mean, we can't understand certain things still, you know. We can't understand certain things. I mean, I talk about conspiracy theory. I talk about things were documented. You know, like how them send CIA down here so to destabilize Jamaica. Like how them try kill Cuban, them make how much assassination attempt on Castro. Like how them topple the regime in Libya and kill Gaddafi, Patrice Lumumba, all of these things. We can see these things legitimately and recognize it, that is America do these things. But when you're going to tell me now, say, the 5 policemen them were dead, is the CIA kill them so as to make Black Lives Matter look terrible? It's madness. It's madness. I mean, you agree, say, it's a white man kill the black youth in the car, and it's some white man kill the black man on the ground. But you know, see, you can't, that couldn't be a conspiracy if you make you believe that, because the brother who go in at the gay club and shoot out the players, once I try to convince me, you know, say, it's not go so. It's some actors do it, and you know, if me know anybody in there will get dead, I mean, I tell them, say, yeah, you have man in there will get dead who's Jamaican. You know, everything when me hear go on in America, me hear some people ball out on the internet say, America plan that. So you have to me say, nobody in America now plan nothing against America where America don't know about, like, them not upset about nothing. You mean like Malcolm X is a CIA? I mean, how it work? How these conspiracy theory work? Malcolm X is a CIA. I remember one time, man, Rasta man used to say, Muta Baruka work for CIA, you know, because him couldn't say what he say on the radio and not come off of the radio already. It's weird. It's weird. Everything will happen. Man, I tell you, say, like the bombing we're going in the other day in the bombing we're going in where the place I named the last bombing, not Istanbul. In a Paris. No, not Paris. Norway. Norway. Belgium. The bombing we're going in Belgium now. Me must believe says America set that up. America set up the bombing in a Belgium, Rasta. I mean, really, come on, man. Trust me. You know what I mean? Like, conspiracy is conspiracy and theory is theory. And not every theory wrong. Because you go to the theory before you get to the practical. But common sense show you say, so much things wrong with America, man, that you have people who plan things against America and don't have nothing to do with CIA and FBI involvement. And that thing will happen down a Dallas the other day. A man, the youth vex him in the army. You hear what mother say? You hear the youth mother say? The youth mother say, watch out, him go to Afghanistan and he was disillusioned with the army, the America, when him see what them do in Afghanistan. He was so upset coming back from Afghanistan. He wasn't the same person who left and go Afghanistan. His mother talk about this, you know. His mother say, America disillusioned because he go join the army, never even know, say. It's like when Muhammad Ali said, nah, go Vietnam. Because the little people them over there to never do him nothing, so why should I go over there and kill them off? You have some youth who go there and realize they were going over there and come back and get in them head, get touch a little, and then them start to look on this black thing and African thing and them start to say, wait, how much time we don't kill black people and we not do nothing about it. So, I don't know. I not going to follow that. And I would hope, say, sensible African people now follow that. Because, say, black people couldn't get upset enough for do what them do. Because every time something like that happen, is America do it to themselves. The system, white people do it to themselves. And the funniest thing is white people put them thing upon it. It's white people that put everything up on the internet, you know. Yeah, conservative white people who dead at the middle. White people put up that on the internet for sure you say no. As a black person now. Say, black people don't have enough sense to go plan nothing against America. A fool thing. Just like how we build the pyramid. Anyway, EL, cut your edge. EL?
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Big brother.
We are the man.
Yeah, bless.
You know, come through properly, you know. Yeah.
Yeah, blessed.
You talk, man. Talk. You listen to radio.
No, sir.
Well, talk now, man. You say blessed and heal.
Yeah, brother, I'm going to tell you, say, you see the fire where you blaze, keep blazing.
But you know, come cross good at all, brethren. You know, come cross good. Trust me. You have to go call back on a different line. I just work out the line thing there, so believe you me. And I love listening to what I say, but it now work out properly. Yes. So, we're continuing the journey, you know, because the journey is really serious. Serious journey. Serious journey till we have to recognize how serious is it on a certain little level. Well, the card there? All right. So we have to work out this. Make a work out we are going here so now. Alright, sir, we are telling you. Muta Baruka, first what I do it. I the Caboose speak. we as African people, we have to recognize how important it is for people like me to really keep hammering, and keep even saying the same thing over and over and over. And don't feel no way. Don't feel no way about it. Because we know sometimes we have to say the same thing, you know, but here I know, as a propaganda go, Marcus Garvey tell about that. Or we must use the facility. You can't imagine if Marcus Garvey did have a program like this in a them time here, on the radio. Then why we should now recognize Marcus Garvey and do what we feel Marcus Garvey would have do if him did on the radio. Because we don't feel, say, in my heart, we don't feel, say, Marcus Garvey would have do nothing different. I mean, wouldn't do the program like how me I do it as so now. So me have to look on it and I say, me have to give Hannah to Marcus Garvey. Me can't go really throw with Marcus Garvey on the roadside. You see, me have to recognize that this is how Marcus Garvey would like it to be done. This is how he would have to do it. And we have to say, if we not do it that way, we not do it. Yes, yeah.
Yeah, Mother.
Yeah, blessed.
Yeah, man, blessed morning.
Morning.
Long way, but thank you.
Are you the man?
No, man, a different man.
Okay,
different, man.
yeah, me recognize that voice.
I love the program where it run, and I appreciate it today. And I hit me on the preach board from week to talk.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, man, the Pan-African thing, the Virgin and Dr. Omar, they come down here.
Yeah,
you ever talk to him?
You know what?
May I ask if you ever reason with him yet?
Yeah, man, me and him not the circuit, man. Me and him the programs together far, you know.
Okay.
But we're going to interview him tomorrow upon Stepping Razor.
Oh, no, the thing I'm going to say still is, I got an elder with no respect still, I wonder, where you feel upon him, because me like how him move, and me would really want to invest in the school him talk about, but no talk still, you know, like, how you want man ding up feel about him and come out of Marcus Garvey.
No, man, a good brethren, man. How you say, man, a good brethren, man?
Alright,
a good brethren.
Alright, the next view.
America you call from? America you call from?
Yeah, man, me there in Miami.
Okay,
yeah. So the thing is, the next thing I'm there upon is, the next thing is, the people, why the white people so shocked is this. It's to show the people start weird, it's a weak thing. The people seriously, as I'm here, a man, Paul Mooney said, when you relax the ear, the people relax around you. It's when you kink up the ear, they're crazy.
Oh, yeah?
It's only for a weak figure out. The people that don't see it, everybody transform in them system. Because I'm there and really see the thing I talk to. The next thing is this I'm going to talk to you about. Like how we never know our history. Come out of Kemet with the Mahat. Now say, like all people know how we used to believe in the Christian God and thing, and them used to do all of them killing with the Bible endorsed.
Yeah.
Because as I'm say, if you watch it, you listen to all them here, that David, Moses, murder people,
I tell you, man. Dash the children them against the wall. But even one of the Psalms, I suggest they must dash the children them against the wall.
Right.
You never read that Psalm there?
If like
by the river of Babylon.
So if like we just come to understanding and I try and move towards the Mahat. Now I say, you see, well, when we, the heart, you saw me, I say, you see, we have to get, I know it's not the book in the Mahat, it's like, we are here the truth now, and we start deal with it the way how it move forward. Now I say, if you feel so well, you know, that should make a difference out there in our nature, you know, the universe.
Well, we're going to wait and see, because nature we are work with, and we just find back ourselves. So it's going to take a little while still. It's going to take a little while, you know, but we can't give up. You know, see, I don't want my great-grandchildren them come and I think, or my great-grandmother did I think. A madness.
Yeah, man.
You know, see, my great-grandchildren must be thinking like how my great-grandmother was thinking. You know, see?
No, sir. No, we don't want that, my brother. We don't want that. We don't need that. We don't need that, and, so thank you for the reasoning and continue with the work, all right?
Yeah.
Blessed love.
Blessed.
Rich cause the sun shines for me.
Yeah, Babandi, yes, this is the Coachnet here.
Blessed.
Yeah, blessed.
Yeah, I don't know if I can end the confusion and have my mind still. But
wow, no confusion. Go on,
yeah. But as a youth, I grew up still now as a search for God, you know. And
you search for God?
Yeah.
So which part you know?
Or whatever, you know, but them tell myself to search for God, you know.
Okay.
Yeah, but I don't know if I'm born in this western part of the world, I want to learn about Christianity, but I can't seem to break my mind.
From the Christian thing?
And I not really say Christian thing, you know, I'm not really think like a Christian, you know, but it's like it's shadow over here to say Christianity is the right thing. And I tell you, I agree, because we start Christianity, the Egyptians start Christianity, but we should probably get confused. Is this God or them called Jehovah now?
Judeo-Christianity that?
Judeo-Christianity.
Which part you get the Jehovah from is Judaism. And
No, yeah, you're not hearing so good, Mota.
I say, which part you get the Judeo-Christian, the Jehovah business from? It's from Judaism. So what Christianity does is intertwine Judaism with Greek thinking and call it Christianity. Now, where you have to do now, you have to go outside of the box now. Because there's other disciplines that we really don't study. You have to study other religion and other cultures. You have to look into other religion and other culture now and figure out why is it that you hold on where you hold on, and if where you hold on where you hold on make any legitimate sense to you.
It doesn't make sense to me.
So where the confusion there? Tell me where the confusion there.
They say it's Jehovah God. I woke up on a story, the Enlil and the Enki story about the Mesopotamian gods. Right?
The Mesopotamian gods?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
And it tell us the same God, what them call, it's a story about two women from another existence or another dimension or
yeah.
Them come on earth and they say them need people for mine gold so they make man. Yeah, but you see the Enlil in a Mesopotamia when we read still is like he means the God for the black-headed people. I don't know if you interpret that or waiting more what that I read. That's what I'm titled what them say in the house, the Enlil. And the man said the same God Enlil and the same God Jehovah people are talking about.
Yeah, but people tell you also that the same God, where them say Allah is the same Jehovah too, and people tell you say it's one God. So it's just different name. The problem with that is that it's one God with different name, but everybody believes that the way how them go towards that God is the way they're supposed to go.
Yeah, which me not have a problem with that. Even in Sister Ellis, I think on her where she was close, she said the fingers of loving God or whatever is like everybody try to express themselves to God, and God is spread out himself all over the world. God not just the one place.
Yeah.
I said, these are my people, or these are the chosen people.
That's why I know that God is a concept rather than really an actual thing. It's a concept. Every man have a different concept of what is or who is or what it is.
But me try from my mind which part come from, which part the original man come from, which part who make we.
So where you want to know that for?
You don't want to serve him the right way?
No. So who on earth can tell you which part man come from and who make that man? Because you have scientists who tell you say is evolution bring man.
Yeah, that's true.
So if you're gonna look for God now, you have to be with people that tell you say, you have to go look for God, because God no last really. Him last. So any man that tell you say you have to go find God, you have to be skeptical of him still.
Yeah.
So what me I say now, if God is omnipresent, why you supposed to look for God? You know what omnipresent mean?
Yeah, everywhere.
Then you can't look for God then.
That's true.
Because there's nowhere God not is then. If God is omnipresent, there's nowhere God not is.
Then why man always seek to find some
because if don't want to face
or something what they call now,
because it's nature
tangible,
man.
something tangible to express God as I say this is God.
Because man is trying to solve the mystery of man existence on earth.
Yeah.
And because him don't want to look to the existence of man on earth and round him start to now conceive something outside of where him say round him. You see? Because right now, here's a man believe in a invisible God, but a destroy nature, which is a manifestation of that invisible God. So you can't say you love God where you can't see.
Yeah.
Yet still where you can't see are destroyed.
Right, yeah, you know.
So where you can't see. Yeah, so you have to really examine the idea and the concept of God, where we learn as youth that grew up in the Western world, so in the name of Jesus. Because most of the people them who are talking about God and the invisible God, them not really respect life in its true essence and form upon earth. That's why it's a man that kill all sorts of animal and creature and in relationship kill himself too.
But as I said at Muta, I always wonder, when people say them know God, what make them feel say them know God and you don't know God?
Yeah, ask me, Regine. I don't know God. I don't know. I don't have no illusion about God, Regine.
God, I wonder, someone is so Christian is so convinced that they know God and then getting a spirit and then start tongues.
Yeah, that is ritual.
All sort of reaction and all.
Yeah.
And say know God. Him feel God.
I don't know about knowing God, I know, say, there's no way I can be out of God. If I ever use the term God then, as an omnipresent being, you can't not have God. Or can you be omnipresent? If God is omnipresent, that means I'm always in God and God is always in me. There's nowhere I can go that there's not God. So why I'm looking for God? What you going to get out of looking for God? That means you totally get rid of the idea of an omnipresent God. If God is all powerful, which is omnipotent, look how we are going in the earth, and it'll get worse and worse.
But some might just say a fulfillment of scripture or whatever.
Yeah, watch a man. Scripture fulfilled from the man write it down on the paper, man. You know, see, right now, every time something happens in the earth, you say, see it there. You see we are going now, you have some man where you sit down until you say, it's in the Bible about where you see the 5 policemen them get shot, Yeah, because brother write on the internet about it's a retribution for the gay people them in America, and it's God that show them at last said this and this and that. You know, long year, San Francisco have more gay people than we in Sodom and Gomorrah. I mean, not like, you mean, wait there. You think say Sodom, wait there. You think say Sodom and Gomorrah is big like Jamaica?
I don't know what's there.
No, man, but I tell you. The place where them say Sodom and Gomorrah, me go there,
Yeah. Me,
personally, me and Tony Rebel, go there. We are drive past and the man say, see Sodom, we said this to the city of Sodom and Gomorrah there. And from the thing lick it, not no grow there, so again, it's in a desert,
Yeah.
Yeah, so the land there. And me I tell you, say, it never, to be real, it never big like Kingston. So when you talk about San Francisco, San Francisco is the capital of gayism,
Yeah.
Then how come no brimstone and lightning and thunder, yeah. And then the story so warped. 2 guys come a man now, him is the God, him is the fella. Lot is supposed to be this godly man. And 2 angels come a female and them have 2 daughters in there. And the man them from Saddam come and say, bring the two man them out and make we do what we want to do. And this man a give the crowd, him two daughter them.
Yeah.
What kind of story that? What kind of story that? And then him end up a breed him two daughter them.
Daughter them, yeah.
A crazy story. And the man tell you about him the junk. You can't, watch a man, for you get out somebody pregnant, you have to have an erection. You can't get a woman pregnant and not have an erection. You understand? So when a man joked, you can't them say achieve the joke. Them say God black. You know your man, you know your brother call one night and them say God black.
But I don't know if him black or him white, you know.
But if God is a spirit, or he's gonna be black. I mean a madness.
Or
white. Like people say white light. Light no white. Are the bulb light? Are the bulb white or the light?
Well, you can't see the light, you see the reflection of the light.
Yeah, well that me I say no. So you I say no, brethren.
Yeah.
Just examine where them tell you about the God where them are telling you must worship and see if what them are do fall in the category of where them are tell you. You understand? Yeah. Because you see, look on the world today. Look on the world today. With all these whole heap of God talk and praying talk and this attack and thing. And tell me if the world is better. Because most of the wars them that fight in our earth, even to this day, a big war going on in Sudan now between Southern Sudan and Sudan, where there's a new system going over there. So it's Muslim a fight against Christians.
Christian, yeah.
Yeah. So the war them is religious wars are going in the name of this God. So which part God there and sit down and laugh after them now? So you must have to laugh if I'm gonna fight over you and I say, I'm gonna fight for you, you fight, and I'm not kill one another. So we're not kill one another for. In the name of Allah, in the name of God, in the name of a madness. A madness, brethren. Anyway, we have to move.
Yeah, but me say one thing, so we need to reclaim whatever white people take from we.
Like what?
With knowledge. With knowledge, we need to reclaim back with knowledge.
Yeah, man, we claim it, man. We are claim it. We are claim it right just up on the cutting edge.
Yeah, blessed.
Yeah, Irie, give thanks. We are claim now. And we're going to play this. We're going to play this again. You know, so we are playing the things them over and over. Yeah, we want to play them over and over. This is which part the so-called Judaism get them so-called 10 commandments from, where them say God give Moses 10 commandments. This is where them get it from. 42 from the Egyptian Book of the Dead are coming forth by day. And if you hear about Egyptian Book of the Dead in all movie like The Mummy or Scorpion King and them movie there, them almost make the Egyptian Book of the Dead come like some weird thing. That's why people never want to read the Lawrence book. You can't tell some Jamaican about the Lawrence. They don't know that the Lawrence is a real man, you know. Them think that the Lawrence are some weird things you get involved in when you read the Lawrence book. The Lawrence was a publisher, I think, at Chicago every day. And them deal with certain Hinduism and culture. That's why a man had call me one night and I say Hinduism had everything. And everything else had everything except Christianity. But this 42 negative confession in the book of the coming forth by day, or the Egyptian Book of the Dead. The white people them call it the Egyptian Book of the Dead. There's a man named Wallace Budge who was a keeper for the London Museum, British Museum. He was very responsible for preserve some of the Egyptian Book of the Dead. I can call it Egyptian Book of the Dead. We call it coming forth. Well, 42 negative confessions in there. And these negative confessions is where you say in relationship to yourself as opposed to the laws prayer, as opposed to the 10 commandments say, thou shalt not. Thou mean you must not. This is a command given from Moses. You must not. Well, in the negative confession you say, take it by yourself and say, not have I done this, not have I done that. And if you know, so you do it, your conscience going bother you. And I'm thinking the ma'at, where weigh and balance what you say on a scale. And when them put a feather on one side and where you say on the other side, and if the scale tip, you have to go back or start over your whole eternal life. You understand? It's just so it go.
Now, racism never existed on the earth until the 1400s. Never had it. There was no such thing as racism. You had people, for instance, who had practiced various forms of discrimination. We even had slavery. But to be enslaved prior to the 1400s, for only 3 reasons. Either you were a victim of a religious persecution, or you had some indebtedness, was enslaved, or you were a prisoner of war. Those are the only three reasons you could be enslaved until the 1400s. About 1442, when Magellan, he went around, Henry the Navigator went around the coast of Africa and picked up about 16 blacks and brought them back in 1442 and gave them to the Pope as gifts. And those slaves worked around the Vatican in Italy from 1442 and about 1488. And it became a good thing to have all these blacks working free around the Vatican and in the Pope's space. No labor to be paid for. Other people wanted those advantages. So Pope Pius put out a public edict. Pope Innocent put out a public edict saying, look, if you want some slaves, go get some, but get black folk. He put out a public edict saying, if you're going to enslave anybody, enslave black people. And once that hit, all of a sudden everybody got interested in getting slaves. And that started the whole movement in 1488 and 1489. Now something happened very important in 1495. Y'all know what happened in 1495? Allegedly, for this guy who was over here looking for drugs and some other thing. What was his name? Columbus. Y'all remember that guy? Now he came over here and he supposedly discovered America about 7 years after the Pope had put out his edict using blacks as slaves. Now all of a sudden he goes back to Europe. A race started. All these countries got into a race to develop the Western world that Columbus said he had discovered. And what was the race about? They wanted to colonize and get resources, wealth of gold, silver, and cash crops from the West, because they never knew that the Americas existed. People in Europe never knew that there was a North America, Central America, and a South America. They got into a contest to explore it and to find it and profit from it. And because at that time, prior to that, thank you, sir. Prior to that, the only, can you all hear me as well without this? Which one do you need? You need this one? Okay. So prior to that time, they had Europe all through the 1400s. They call that, was going through what's called the Dark Ages. Europe was crime-ridden, impoverished, diseased, and they said, we can resuscitate Europe. We can strengthen this continent, and we can find a way to develop the Western world, the Americas, Latin America, Central America, North America. If we can develop that country, we can bring ourselves out of the ditch as an European continent. And so they all said, well, how are we going to do it? They said, we need a labor class. So they all rushed down and picked up the Pope's edict and started grabbing blacks off the west coast of Africa. It was picking those blacks up on average about $25 a piece. And they started setting up, so they want a 1,500% return their money. They started selling them for $400-some a piece. And so they started shipping blacks all into this country in Latin America and Central America to put them to work as a labor class. Now the countries that started that race, it started with Arabs. Arabs were the first ones that started enslaving black folk. I don't know if you all know that or not. Arabs were the first ones that started enslaving black folk, and Arabs have been enslaving black folk now for 1,300 years. Arabs first started enslaving blacks in 765 AD when they marched into Africa in what they called in search of the 3 G's, God, glory, and gold. And they pursued Africa until the 12th century when they overtook Timbuktu and Timbuktu fell, then they started dominating Africa. But the Arabs were the first ones. Portuguese were the second ones. Hispanics were the third ones. Then the Germans and the Danes. Then the French. Then the English. The Norwegians on down the line. Then lastly was the American Indians. Everybody's enslaved black folk. And that's what a race was. A contest started to develop the Western world. The rule was he who gets there first with the most slaves and make the most money will be the most powerful nation on earth. And the race began. Everybody was in the race to use. Everybody's enslaved black folk. And that's what a race was. A contest started to develop the Western world. The rule was he who gets there first with the most slaves and make the most money will be the most powerful nation on earth. And the race began. Everybody was in the race to use black folk except black folk. And began shipping blacks into America. And they shipped black folk in. They justified it initially by saying that it was an economic issue. Everybody knew it was an economic issue. It stayed an economic issue all the way from the 1500s up to the 1700s. In the 1700s, when the evangelical movement moved to this country, they switched enslaving black folk to make it a religious issue. Why? Because King James then wrote, when England took over the slave trade as the biggest one and started leading the slave trades and started winning the race, King James rewrote the Bible, called the King James Version. And even had, what's his name now? What's the writer? Shakespeare and the rest of them writing. All of them rewrote the Bible. And they rewrote the Bible, then since England was the dominating country for slaves, all the slave states were mandated to use scriptures to justify enslaving the black people. So religion then became a means of codifying slavery. When the slave owners started teaching black folk, that when you hear me talk about the master and the slave in the Bible, on earth, it's the white man is the master and you're the slave. And you're mandated to do three things. One, to accept your station in life. Two, to be humble and obedient. Three, to work hard and don't steal and don't lie. And lastly, to look for pie in the sky after death. And that stayed true up until about 1880. At that time, religion was the justification for slavery. This is important for you now. Slavery then moved from being an economic issue to a religious issue. It stayed a religious issue up until about 1859, again on the eve of the Civil War. On the eve of the Civil War, a guy named Darwin, Charles Darwin. Remember Charles Darwin? He wrote a book called The Survival of the Species, or The Survival of the Fittest. And what he's been doing, along with a lot of other pseudo-scientists, was trying to connect a linkage between the lowest and the highest in life. What he was saying is that, is an amoeba that's that small, is it greater or smaller than an elephant that's big? Is a blade of grass lower in the chain than a tree? And they kept setting up these vertical systems. They call them genuses and species, going from the lowest of everything to the highest. But by that time, the white society had successfully redistributed by 1860 almost 97% of all the wealth and power into the hands of the dominant white society. The race was nearly over by 1860 or 1859 when Charles Darwin wrote his book. And they looked around and said, look, they're whites, now let's get to human beings. We worked out the relationship between between a bush and a tree and an amoeba and an elephant. But look at the black. The black has nothing, he's on the bottom, and the white master's on the top. He owns and controls everything with all the education. So obviously the white man must be superior to the black man. And so then all of a sudden, racism and the whole issue switched. Slavery all switched from being a religious issue, it became a biological issue. When it became a biological issue, all governments mandated that you must put a person's race on his birth certificate, driver's license, whatever it is. It became a biological issue. But the race was over then.
Yeah, so in Psalms 137, where it says, by the rivers of Babylon, you know, the Israelites, they don't have a problem with the so-called enemies around that surround them. Till one of the point now, the writer who are right that say that them enemies shall take them children and dash against the walls. Imagine that. Because by the rivers of Babylon, where we sat down and there we wept and remember Zion. And in the last part, when nobody not sing about the part there, the part is not sung. I never hear nobody mention the part there, the Psalms yet. But them say, your enemies, and, you know, say, my virgin find it for me. Him say, remember all the children of Edom in the day of Jerusalem, who said, raise it even to the foundation thereof. O daughter of Babylon, who are to be destroyed, officially be that rewarded thee as thou hast served us. Officially be that take it and dash it thy little ones against the stones. This is the ones them going to be very happy to take your children then and dash it against the stone. And guess what? The Lord going to stand up there and watch this happen and don't do nothing about it. Yeah,
I am rich cause the sun shines for me. I never cry cause I know that the rain falls for me. I feel like a king, though the salary I earn is thin. I realize money's not all, there are other things. So I can sing, I never cried cause the sun shines for me. I never cried cause the sun shines for me. All I need is to always be free. If people would leave me alone, I could simply be me. The moon shines at nights, the sun is always out somewhere. I have the assurance these blessings will always be there. So I can sing now, I never cry cause the sun shines for me. I never cry cause the sun shines for me. Getting harder and harder, more and more each day, yeah. Still I am determined that I'm never gonna change my way. Thinking about love the way it should be. You gotta open your eyes and you will see about love the way it should be. You gotta make up your mind and you'll advance humanity. Humanity, oh, what happened to the love that they are all talking about? There's nothing but useless words coming from out of their mouths, talking about love the way it should be. We gotta open our eyes and we will see about love the way it should be. We gotta make up our minds and we'll advance humanity. Humanity. Whoa.
the listeners them in England. This is Prince Lincoln. This is the Cutting Edge on RFM. We're there with you. We're going through the closing. We want to yell up all the ones them who stay with you as usual. We want to yell up Me Hungry right on Main Street. That's why you know what you with us. We want to yell up Tracy. We want to yell up Brian. You know, tomorrow we're hoping to interview Omar Johnson, one of the guests them that will be here, the speaker them that will be here. Same bridge, you know, here we just play a while ago. For not falling in love with politicians. We want to also tell you that we're going to interview, well, we're going to bring up back some things where look like it get disappear out of certain things, you know. Some people are going like them want to make things going like say it's solved and it's not solved. Well, we're coming up to really bring it to keep it in the light, in the focus. You understand? We want to keep certain things in focus that it don't get lost in the dark. Turn on some light on it. So, yeah. So we are going to, we're not taking more calling on the program are done. We'll be here again from 2 to 5:45 with the Stepping Razor, the art of war.
Babylon, you just a mash up me life. 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 Yeah. We're living a rough old life. Life. Starvation, a tribulation. Trying to keep a good man down.
Why you have to listen to them in Austria, you know, we are up there play some music for the people them in Austria next week. Oh, Matrix, how you doing, man? Yeah, you want to come to Austria with me, come play some music? Next week? Yeah, well, we are going to try to play some music. We're not going to read up for it, we're going to play some music. This be like I said when I talk about people in England now. You know, so we are come your way. England people, Mutabaruka, come up there.
Every state
This is Ian Van Zandt, author of Acts of Faith, and you are listening to Muta Baruka.
Never use the word black Africa. Not because Africans are not black. Black is an honorable word. There's nothing basically wrong with it. But because it presupposes that there is a legitimate white Africa. There is no legitimate white Africa. And so somebody says black Africa, ask them what other kind of Africa legitimately is there? You never say white Europe, and you never say wet rain. What other kind of rain is there other than wet rain? Water until the well runs dry. Your well runs dry. Never gonna fix the roof till the rain starts to fall. You're never gonna miss that water
Teams of military personnel destroy fields of illegal coca in Chapari in central Bolivia. It's legal to cultivate 12,000 hectares of the plant in Bolivia. Any excess crops are destroyed. The UN says just over 20,000 hectares was used to grow coca in 2015, a slight drop on the year before.
We have identified 20,200 hectares of surface coca cultivation. That's a reduction of 1% in comparison to the year 2014.
The annual UN study reported that 32,500 tons of coca was produced in Bolivia last year. 35% was siphoned off for the illegal market and the remaining 65% was sent to the legal markets. The government says the latest figures represent the lowest amount of cultivation of the plant in 13 years.
Bolivia represents less than 15% of coca plant productions in the region. This is because of the effort and the money used from all Bolivians in fight against drug trafficking, a high priority, and we have these results.
Bolivia is the world's third largest source of coca, the raw material used to produce cocaine. The Andean nation has special dispensation to allow for the chewing of coca leaves for its indigenous population.
For us, the coca leaf is sacred. The coca leaf is part of our culture.
The total value of coca was reduced from $282 million to $273 million compared to 2014. This represents 0.8% of GDP and 8.1% of the agricultural GDP of Bolivia. Dimitri O'Donnell, Telesur, La Paz.